Good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series. It's Monday, which means the beginning of a brand new week. It's week 8 of this phase. But before we look ahead to all the action, let's explain the tournament format with Chris Murphy.
Introducing the MODUS Super Series, an exciting new weekly darts competition featuring top international players competing for more than £1 million in prize money. There is a new MODUS Super Series champion every 13 game weeks. The winner of MODUS Super Series 1 will be crowned on Saturday the 22nd of October 2022. So how does it work? 12 players compete every game week with live footage of every match broadcast 6 days per week on Sporty Stuff TV. Group matches take place Monday to Friday in morning and evening slots as players compete in a series of eliminators. The 6 qualifying players contest the finals every Saturday evening. Round-robin group matches are followed by semi-finals and the final, producing a new winner each week. Every 13th week, the winners from the previous 12 weeks contest the MODUS Super Series Champions Week. The winner takes home the MODUS Super Series title and earns a place on the honours board. After Champions Week, the action starts again for week 1 of the next series.
So that is how the tournament works. I'm happy to say that all week we're going to be in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson, the former Players Champion. Paul, first of all, what's your first impressions on that stage?
I've had a little chance to play on that stage during the testing process, just making sure everything was right, and it immediately strikes you that it is a great place to play darts. There's space for the players to walk, space for the players to breathe, and the evolution of this being the product now as opposed to what we had 2 years ago during the pandemic. It's an incredible evolution, and my hat is tipped to Motorsports for the evolution of this product.
We'll talk about this week's runners and riders in just a second, but before we do that, let's have a look at the past 7 winners of the past 7 weeks. Remember, this is a 12-week phase, and only the winners of every week will progress their way through to Champions Week at the latter ends of October. It began all the way back in July. Robert Owen winning week 1, and then Graham Usher, the champion on Saturday night, picking up the £5,000. Both players beating David Pallett in their respective finals. But Paul, new week, week 8, and some big names in there. Conor Heneghan goes off as the favourite, but we've got 2 former World Championship finalists in Andy Hamilton and Kevin Painter in the field.
It doesn't get much better than that when you talk about this brand of darts. You want people who've got a reputation and a name, and you wonder what they can still do. The passion is still there for Hamilton. He still wants to get back to the top level. This could be a vehicle for him to do that. But for Painter, he doesn't want to play at the professional level anymore, but he wants to compete at this level. And I just can't wait to see those guys going up against each other. But let's not forget that those guys had played in the Premier League together when they had their only campaign. So it'll be really interesting to see what they can bring this week.
Indeed, and you mentioned the big stage experience. As I say, Conor Heneghan goes off favourite, but he hasn't had as much experience on that kind of stage as perhaps the other players in this group have. That's
very true, but this exposure to a stage kind of atmosphere and a stage kind of heat, it was going to happen eventually for Conor because his game has really come on in the last 12 months. His form has been sensational through the summer. He hasn't reached the peak yet. He has been denied by the likes of Jim McEwen and Josh Payne in the MODUS Super Series, or previously the Live League as it was known. But maybe this next step for the Super Series is the right one for Conor to make his next step.
First up, it's Adam Smith-Neal up against Steve Brown. The players are on stage warming up behind us. What do you make of this one? And how important is the first game on stage compared to maybe before? Because that stage, as you know, in the past, could be all-consuming.
Darts is a lonely sport, so when you lose, it's a bit of a walk back to the practice room, and you've got to have your tail between your legs for a little while. But I'm really interested to see what Adam can do. He's won a week this year, so it'll be interesting to see where his form is at. So my eyes are going to be fixed on the big dog to see whether he's going to be the big dog today. And I think I'm not going to go past today yet, because you've got to take it one game and one day at a time.
Have you got your stats ready on your watch?
I'm getting into that process, I've been told.
There's a long walk down the stairs to Paul Nicholson. Owen Binks is the man in charge of all the action today. Paul's going to go down to the commentary box, where we're going to say hello to our main match commentator. Good morning to Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry, and good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Day one. It's a new week, new players. That's our first chance to meet the players. Adam Smith-Neal throwing at the moment. The 28-year-old from Nuneaton, ex-PDC tour card holder. He actually won that quite young. So he's only 28 years old, but he held his tour card for the 2011-2012 season. Burst onto the scene, but probably his best came in 2018 when he won the World Masters Trophy, beating Glenn Durrant in the final. Seen him on our screens a few times. UK Open, the Grand Slam. Steve Brown is someone we've seen on our screens many times. Only just recently lost his tour card in 2021. But we've seen him in the World Match Play, the World Grand Prix, and the Players' Championship, reaching the last 16. He had a couple of good runs at the World Championship as well. Career that spans all the way back to 2006. So plenty of pedigree.
97.
Steve Brown. As Paul Nicholson has hot-footed it downstairs and joins me in the commentary box.
Yes, good morning, Matt.
180.
An absolute pleasure to have you here at the MODUS Super Series. You've done a fantastic job last week. It's great to have you with us, and it's great to have Steve
60.
and Adam Smith-Neal here as well. What a heavyweight first contest for the week.
I was just listening to you upstairs and I picked up on something you said, because it was interesting, because I said something similar on Saturday for the finals. And you said space. And when I went out there on Saturday and we had the crowd in there, one thing I noticed was it didn't feel very roomy.
38.
And there's a distinct difference, actually, between these games and the games on Saturday.
Ooh, double 12 for the big dog, looking for a big start. But yeah, there's a lot of space out there from Monday to Friday, but Saturday it does get a bit more enclosed, doesn't it?
59. Adam, you require 12. Game shot.
That's for a holder throw for Adam Smith-Neal.
Adam Smith-Neal.
A 13-dart leg. Great start to the day for Adam Smith-Neal. He had a 180 in that leg as well.
So going to get Steve to throw first.
Hot start to the day. You said it was a heavyweight battle. That's a heavyweight start.
Yeah, you can say that again. But what I can tell you is that Adam Smith-Neal was the first person in a playing capacity through the doors this morning. He was really keen to get here just to soak up this new atmosphere. And you might think, there's no fans here, what atmosphere? But it's a different feel. We're talking about two players that have played in the previous studio. The difference between the two is incomparable.
Absolutely. And also, another thing to note about Adam Smith-Neal is the volume level's gone down since Adam has gone in there. The commentary booth not too far away from the players' practice area. And one voice that you can hear quite often is Adam Smith-Neal.
I am not surprised to hear that from you, Matt, because Adam's been around professional darts for a good 10, 11 years, maybe a little bit longer. He has picked up a World Masters, which I'm sure you've already mentioned, but he's always been a very confident young man going into his 30s now.
39. Adam,
he's never lost that confidence.
I think confidence is the fair thing to say when you can go into a practice room and own it like Adam has today.
Especially with some of the people in there. Double top for Steve. Wasn't comfortable. Slight regrip. And a very good play as well, because that shows you if you're not 100% comfortable on an important shot like that, take a few seconds, step back. It will be there when you are ready.
So it's Adam to throw first.
You always wonder when players come into a new venue how they're going to adapt to it, and both players adapting really well here.
100.
Adam Smith-Neal, you see your average there on the screen, just shy of 105. Steve Brown pushing the 90, which is better than anything we've seen from him in the Super Series before.
Adam will be looking to do what he did in week 3 of Phase 2 earlier this year when he won that week.
95.
Beat Matt Dennett in that final, and Kevin Painter was involved in that Saturday night, and Kevin Painter's also involved today.
60.
So another practice room that has had Smith-Neal and Painter in the same place. Somewhat feisty possibilities, you could say.
136.
Two lively characters. Expect a few fireworks when they take each other on later on.
Yes, I am expecting
84. Adam, you require
Neither will back down, but
170.
170 beckons. The big dog using those smooth barrels and the flights with the bones on.
134.
That's something that hasn't changed in the last couple of years, but this is a brilliant defense of his own throw so far in this match, Matt.
Did the same in the opening leg as well, went out in 13. Could go out in 13 again here with double 18.
Game shot in the
That's exactly what he does, Adam Smith-Neal. 2 holds a throw, both in 13 darts. A very good start for Adam Smith-Neal. And it just cast my mind back to when I watched Adam Smith-Neal versus Glenn Durrant in that World Masters in 2018. And I remember watching that game thinking, Adam just looks like a player who doesn't believe he can ever miss.
136.
And we've already said he was quite boisterous in the practice room. He certainly carried that up on the stage and just playing with such swagger at the minute.
137.
I've always said, since he grew that beard, he looks a bit like Richard Kimball from The Fugitive. It's not like he's trying to escape.
96.
He's trying to stay here, and that's the point. Group A this week, 1 person will qualify for Saturday night. And if you don't get through this group, you'll have 1 bonus chance on Thursday and Friday, whether it be Group C or Group B. It depends on your positioning in Group A as to where you will play, whether it'll be during the day or the nighttime session
99.
come Thursday. But ideally, you want to win the group and have Thursday and Friday off.
Sit back and watch everyone else sweat it out.
99.
Just literally cast my eye
170.
early. I didn't think I'd be doing this at 20 to 10 in the morning. As the best stat for Series 1, which is what we're in at the moment, the best average so far is 111.33 from Scott Williams. And Adam is going to be putting that under threat.
130. Steve, you require 40.
Yeah, not far off.
Game
But
shot in
Steve
the
Brown gets a
fourth
13 darter of his
Steve
own.
Brown.
This is a high quality contest, and everybody in the practice room right now will be taking note of this. If you think about what Adam has done previously, 75 matches played in this tournament. He's got a running average over 89, which is pretty good, but his own personal best, Matt, 109.31. That is equally the best
50.
personal best of any player in this group with Conor Heneghan.
Just shows what a high ceiling he can achieve. And just shows that this isn't unusual for Adam Smith-Neal. He has this in the locker, and that this isn't just a one-off performance.
You don't hoist that World Masters trophy without being a talent, that's for sure. It came as a shock to everybody when he did win it. But fair to say, he's had a somewhat tumultuous career.
100.
And he doesn't actually live that far from you, does he? He's in the Midlands.
Yep, not far away. He's at Nuneaton, so 20, 25 minutes away, not too far.
60.
Always looked really good on his throw. 213 so far to hold.
58.
The pattern that's going to change here, but he does have a cushion. Steve Brown way back on 3-3-1 after 9.
We should illustrate as well that there is no bullseye shootout to see who gets the throw. They get the throw an equal amount of times throughout the group. Smith-Neal for a 160. That's not going to go, but you've got to say that Brown has had his chance here in leg 5
95.
to try and put an assault on the ASN throw. I like to abbreviate these guys. We've got the likes of De Souza and Van Barneveld. Why don't we just call them ASN? It's easier. Sounds like a news network.
137. Adam, you require 65.
65 for a third holder throw. Oh, and he's gone
33.
wide in the 5.
Steve,
Now, you said
60.
Steve Brown might have an opportunity here. This is a big opportunity. 2 darts at tops.
He knows this is a big dart. Might be the only chance he gets to break.
40. Adam, you require
Time will
32.
tell to see if he gets anything else. Double 16.
Game shot.
And Smith-Neal dodges a bullet.
Adam Smith-Neal.
So it's 3-2 to him when it could have easily been the other way around.
See if we get
Most
Steve to throw
It's
first.
5 legs all on throw. If that pattern continues, Steve Brown's going to be favourite to take this one.
60.
Adam Smith-Neal's second favourite to take this group. Also second favourite for the week, so the bookies actually think the winner for the week is going to come from this Group A. Conor Heneghan, the favourite for the week, and the favourite for this group.
121.
But there's a little bit of value, I think, and I might be slightly biased here in the 4-1 on Kevin Painter.
I think the bookies might be looking at previous behaviour in these formats, and Henahan being the favourite for me is pretty spot on. But you can't look past Adam Smith-Neal when he's throwing this well.
140.
And he has got winning confidence coming back here. Look at the guys who've succeeded, and I think they're the ones to look at.
98.
If you're looking for value, well, Painter might be it. He's full of beans this morning, but how's his engine? Will he have the engine to go all the way? And I think his best chance of winning this week is winning Group A, getting the days off, and then winning Saturday night.
Yeah, stamina comes into play as the years
50.
go on the clock.
Adam, you record 115.
We'll say that quietly. He might hear us. He might take offence to being called seasoned. Smith-Neal is on the verge of victory.
59.
And that'll do for now.
Will come back for the 56 with Steve Brown back on 202. Nothing Steve Brown can do here, but hit and hope.
85. Adam, you require 56.
And that's not a profitable strategy the way Adam Smith-Neal's playing this morning. Because he ends all hope pretty quickly. Adam Smith-Neal, a very solid performance. What a great way to start the day. Adam Smith-Neal, 4-2 the victory. 101 average at this time in the morning is mightily impressive. Steve Brown played his part. 87.71 for Steve Brown, but it's Adam Smith-Neal kicks the day off with 2 points.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV, where we've just seen a fantastic performance from Adam Smith-Neal to kick off the day, an average in excess of a ton in a 4-1 victory, 4-2 victory, shall I say, against Steve Brown. The turning point in that game was Steve Brown missing 2 darts at double to have a 3-2 lead, and he would have had the throw to have won the match. These are the statistics then from that 101.11 average for Smith-Neal compared to Steve Brown's 87.71. Smith-Neal also getting the solitary max in the match, but have a look at that. 4 from 7 on the doubles, what was ultimately the statistic that won it in the end. Those 2 missed darts from Steve Brown, the only 2 missed darts he had in the match, costing him dearly. So we're moving on to game 2 of our day now. We're going to see the bookmakers' favourite to win this group, Conor Heneghan, in action. He takes on Kevin Painter, the former Players' Champion, no less. Owen Binks is the man on stage. Let's hand back to your commentary team, Matthew Edgar. But first, good morning, Paul Nicholson.
Interesting start of the year. Thanks, Henry. Now, welcome back to the artist up against Conor Heneghan. Bit of a stiff test for him at the start, that's for sure. Henahan seen by many as the favourite for this group, but the artist has been around a very long time. He will hate me saying that, but he has. And he can still throw a very mean dart. But in order to win this group, he's going to have to be very effective in a lot of tight matches. And you've got 2 people in the commentary box here who have practiced with Kevin over the years. Hometown of rugby, 18-gram dart these days, and 2011 being that famous Players' Championship victory. But here is one of Ireland's shining stars. Ireland having a fabulous time of it with darts at the minute.
Kevin to throw first.
In the youth game, at the top level, in the ladies' game as well with Katie Sheldon, but Conor Heneghan is maybe a firework that's ready to be lit.
Interesting as well, actually, that this is the first game for Conor. We said about him being the bookie's favourite, and then we said Kevin's a little bit of value. So a good test here for Conor. See how his form is today. He is against the darts as well. But that's not going to matter when you can kick off with 180. We haven't seen a 9-darter yet. Well, Conor Heneghan has hit one in previous phases.
95.
When Conor gets going on that 60, he is a frighteningly good 180 hitter. He does have a little bit of a skip in that technique.
46.
But very much like a lot of people's favourite player, Nathan Aspinall, he has embraced it instead of trying to eradicate it. It's part of his rhythm now. And Kevin, the seasoned pro, or one of 2 seasoned pros in this group, he's very aware of who's coming through. He's always been a good scholar of the game.
125.
He likes to try and get the emotional and the psychological edge, you could say, on a player when he plays them for the very first time. But he knows an opponent before he's even thrown a dart.
Conor Heneghan 150.
One of those players that have that rare longevity in darts. What a way this would be to end the first leg. We said Kevin Painter had the advantage of throw, but Conor Heneghan opens with a 180 and closes with a 150. That soon eradicates that advantage of throw. It's a 12-dart break for Conor Heneghan. That is why he's been installed as the favourite.
Welcome to Monday, Kev. That was a heavyweight first leg from Conor. Doesn't matter how much experience you've got, whether it's almost 30 years of experience, which Kevin owns, or whether you're a greenhorn like Moreno Blom in the next match. I hope I said that right. It might be Blom. But when you go into a new arena, a new stage, there's still going to be those little bits of anxiety. You're going to get the jitters to start with. And that is a good thing. A lot of people think of it as a negative thing, but it's not. When you get those little bits of nerves, it's because you want to perform well. And Kevin will have those this morning.
Just think what that's going to do for the body. Naturally, you're going to start to get adrenaline. You're going to feel more alive, more alert.
180.
And if I could make a drink and hand you that now and say, if you drink this, you're going to get better sense of touch, better eyesight. All the things that adrenaline's going to do, you would buy every single drop that I could make today.
You take a check. Sounds wonderful.
131.
Well, Henahan is not slowing down. It could well be a 13 darter to back up the 12 dart start. Oh, yeah.
132.
He's good, all right.
Corner required 32.
2 8s.
Game shot on the
2
second
8s
leg.
goes in 2
Conor
darts.
Heneghan.
Conor Heneghan, 14 darter to hold his throw, backing up that 12 dart breaker throw. This is a quality affair, and he's having to play like
Third
this.
against
Kevin
Kevin
Painter
to
running
throw
at
first.
106. But so far, hasn't managed to get a dart double.
One of the youngest players in the group
60.
and the most experienced in this format, because he's played 120 games previously. 68 wins. Now, the win percentage is just shy of
55.
57%. I'm not sure what you think of this, Matt, but over the last, I'm going to say a couple of years, if someone's got a win percentage here, and they've played quite a few games, of around 60%, they're doing really, really well. But if you're over 55, you are extremely competitive.
134.
We look at the standard of the players that play in this, and the unearthing of talents. Conor, a fine example of that. Dan Reed last week. That's why I'm excited to see young Moreno in the next one. Certainly, the scouting system for the Super Series is picking up the finest young talents around the world.
We even had a look at someone like Adam Atkinson earlier this year, who's had a fabulous time of it on the ADC circuit. And even someone like Jamie Durrant.
26.
It's pretty much the start of his darts career, and he's had a bit of a crack, but things are only going to get better for him. But we're talking about Henahan as a seasoned Super Series talent who is only going to improve.
94.
Hope we don't improve too much more. 112, the average at the moment. I did hope to have another crack at this at some point, but if he's going to improve from this, I might stay in here.
Yeah, it's a very nice seat, isn't it, Matt? 109.31 is personal best. Very much like Smith-Neal, who started with a ton plus average in his first game. It's single 20. He's not going to move.
58.
When the darts are long and they're going in that upright, Matt, sometimes it's nice when the single is higher because you can see more of that double top bed. Painter is getting a very good look at the standard that he may have to find this week.
20.
Double 10 is the target that Conor would like to find for a second breaker throw.
Game shot.
Takes it on the double 5. That's a second breaker throw for Conor Heneghan. Takes a 3-0 lead. But my eyes cast into that 180 column as well.
Look, it's Conor to throw first.
I'm looking at his stats and his data, and he's the most likely player to hit 180s according to the data for this group.
45.
He's already got 2 on the board. So something to keep an eye on as the day progresses.
Yeah, very much so. And if you'd have said to me first thing this morning, who is the most likely to get 180s, I would have said Conor, because of the way his darts behave. He can get them so close together. People like Smith-Neal, like Kevin Painter, like Andy Hamilton, who you will see in the next match.
96.
They're quite methodical, but they don't have that massive likelihood of getting the darts magnetized to each other the same way that Conor can.
32.
Sort of just what's deserted Kevin at the moment. A little bit of grouping. He's up against it here. Needs to find those 2 breaks to throw back. Starting with this one. He's 120 behind as we stand.
Do you remember the days when you'd have your first ever match against a Kevin Painter or an Andy Hamilton and be intimidated, and you'd think, oh, surely this is a dream come true, this. Welcome to the future of this sport.
95.
Young players with 0 fear and 0 when it comes to lack of ability. Now, this would be some way to finish the match off, and I wouldn't put it past him.
57. Conor require 170.
I think a lot of this comes on this first dart. If this sits in that bed like you've just said, you'd have fancied that to go, but just needs to set it up. Kevin Painter a long way back.
100.
2-3-2. Probably needs a couple of trebles here. Still hasn't had a dart double in this match.
100. Conor requires 70.
It's all down to Conor. to get the ideal start. He's looking to get 2 points with this win and +4 in his leg column.
30.
It may still
Kevin,
be
you
the
require
case, but
132.
Painter may get a look. He will hope at least the bullseye here.
We'll start with a 25 and bull. That's in the 2, so there's nothing you can do here but set up and hope, which has
77.
been a good tactic so
Kevin, you
far.
require 40.
Should be match over now with that guide. Oh, not the first time we've
8.
seen that today. That happened to
Kevin, you
Smith-Neal in
require
his first match,
55.
giving Painter a bit of a freebie. Everybody likes a morning bagel, apart from Kevin Painter.
Game shot
And he
on the
does
flag.
stop that
Kevin
bagel.
Painter.
That's what we call a 4-0, if you haven't joined us before. But Painter using the knurled version of his signature dart this week.
Kevin to throw first.
Does give himself his
Game
first leg of his campaign. But you might know a little bit more about this, Matt, because previously when he's played in 2022, he's not been
97.
100% certain which ones to use because he's got a smooth barrel and a knurled barrel. And in certain daily campaigns, he's flip-flopped between the two.
I wouldn't be surprised to see that
59.
again, to be honest. He's a bit of a tinkerer at the minute. Wouldn't be surprised to see a change of flight as well. Different shapes. Obviously change how the dart
137.
feels and how it travels through the air. And Kevin's not afraid to change the equipment to suit how he feels.
60.
On that note, I suppose we should say congratulations to Peter Wright, who won the German Darts Open last night over Dimitri van den Berg, first European Tour title in over 5 years.
131.
So congratulations and welcome back to Peter Wright, the granddaddy of all tinkerers. But you're right, Matt. Painter has
134.
long been a
Kevin,
player who would
36.
use the pear-shaped flight predominantly, but he's not afraid to go to a hexagonal-shaped flight if he needs to.
96.
Just heard you say welcome back to Peter Wright, and it looks like welcome back to Kevin Painter. That 55 finish seems to have brought him back into this game. The stats were just dropping into the 70s, and then
100. Kevin, you require
getting that
40.
breaker throw just seems to have spurred him back on again.
Game shot
And
the
he holds his
fifth
throw
Kevin
in 13
Painter.
darts. Sometimes little things can change in games. It just changes how you feel about them. And this has done two things.
It's Conor to
Kevin
throw
is coming back up
first.
to his top darts, and Conor Heneghan is dropping off. And Conor's now backing himself into a corner where he thinks he's got to hold his throw.
140.
It doesn't seem to be too much of a problem for him.
You're not going to get much from Conor. I would assume he's a very good card player as well because
100.
he's not giving his hand away, that's for sure. But the complexity of this match has completely changed, you're right.
95.
Painter will fancy winning this now, but he must not have any dodgy visits from here. This has got to be really polished from here.
137.
Said the word longevity. Something you don't often get in darts. People having long careers. Like Kevin Painter, Mervyn King, Steve Beaton, to name a few.
96.
And you get those through that steely determination.
And a little bit of stubbornness. Kevin's very regimented
60.
with his career. He likes
Well, they
to
require
make sure that everything is
170.
right. But all may not be right. Because look at what Henahan's going for.
145.
Threatened taking a 170 for the match at 4-0, but he did get a shot at it for 4-2. And if Painter is to get some sort of a comeback going here, he's going to need mistakes
92.
from the young Irishman.
Connie required 25.
25, take your pick. Many different routes he can go. He's gone for the 9 to leave himself double 8.
9.
Comes wide. Opportunity. Kevin only needs one treble from here. He levels the game and brings it back on throw.
So many options as well. Depends which double you want to leave. He wants to leave double 16. And that is a very unfortunate dart. I don't often say that word because you make your own fortune in this game, but there could have been other times where that would just kiss its way into the lipstick. Not to be for the artist. He has to stand back and watch.
No
as
score.
Conor Heneghan has now squandered 7
Kevin, you require
match darts.
12.
You could see the surprise on Kevin's face. The raise of the eyebrows. This is a trademark of Kevin, standing back, taking his time, and then stepping up and hitting the double first dart. Impressive on the outer ring for Kevin Painter so far. He's only had 4 darts there. He has been outscored by Conor Heneghan, but when it comes to the outer ring, that is the difference. Kevin Painter 3 from 4, Conor Heneghan 3 from 16.
$85.
Fascinating game. And it's only match 2. You got 15 today and 15 for the next couple of days. And then on Thursday and Friday,
60.
you've got 25. 15 in the morning session and then 10 at night with Group B. Fascinating stuff ahead for the week. You've got the likes of
70.
Lee Shewan for the first time this week. Someone who made his debut at the Lakeside a little bit earlier this year. And we return with the likes of Conan Whitehead, Johnny Haynes and Ryan Finesse. Liam Meek and Scott Walters are your other players joining us later in the week. It's going to be a very competitive week 8.
96.
So those early games set the tone of the day, the tone of the week. How many stories could you pick out of this one? Conor Heneghan 3-0 up. Kevin Painter bring it back to 3-3. Having the darts to wrap it up 4-3. All those missed doubles from Henahan. The notepad is getting full already.
167.
Couldn't get the 170 for the win and isn't going to get the 167.
60.
He's missed 7 match darts already, but he should get at least 1 more. Is Painter going to find his way to an unlikely victory, or is he going to be robbed at the death?
He needs to find a treble. If that is going to happen, he does. That leaves him on tops.
67.
Kevin Painter.
Kevin, you require
67.
67.
To turn this one around.
Well, Kevin wears a shirt that has pretty much every colour under the rainbow. If he hits this, it should be just predominantly black and white, because this would be one heck of a steal. His first match dart. He's only missed 1 in the whole match.
47.
And that could be the most costly one.
Conor, you require 40.
Henahan to survive this incredible second game of the day.
Game shot.
And finally, Conor Heneghan gets over the line. He was 3-0 up and looked like he was going to close it out 4-0. But Kevin Painter comes back, gets it back to 3-all, had the advantage of throw, had that 1 match dart himself. But it was Conor Heneghan who got over the line with a 4-3 victory.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV. And what a dramatic second game to our day. Conor Heneghan racing into a 3-0 lead for missing 7 match darts as Kevin Painter brought it back to 3 apiece. But Henahan got the victory in the end. Let's have a look at the statistics then from our second game of the day. An 85.88 average for Painter, and 89.49 for Henahan. He was around about 111 at one stage in the game. That high out of 150, but it was the 4 from 18 on the doubles, which could have cost the Irishman in the end, but he's got over the line and got that opening victory of the day by 4 points to 3. So that puts him on the board in the league table alongside Adam Smith-Neal. And so now we're going to see the last 2 players that we haven't seen yet in Group A get their campaigns underway. It's hammer time on Monday morning as Andy Hamilton returns to the Super Series. And we're going to see our one and only debutant in Group A, Moreno Blom, in action up against him. The left-handed Dutchman makes his debut here. So let's hand back to our commentary team. Owen Binks is on the stage ready to get us underway. Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson are in the booth.
At the conclusion of this game, you'd have seen everybody taking part in Group A. We've got the youngest versus the oldest here. Moreno Blom, the 20-year-old, been competing a little bit on the WDF Tour, currently 26th. So we could be seeing him a bit later on in their World Championship. The World Championship where Andy Hamilton had his best payday. The PDC World Championship runner-up of 2020, which is the big highlight we normally go with Andy Hamilton, but
Okay, first leg is Andy
also a
to
runner-up
throw
in the UK
first.
Open and the Grand
Game
Slam.
on.
One of the interesting things when I was looking through Andy Hamilton's stats this morning is the years. So we've got like the World Match Play semi-final in 2006. We've got the UK Open runner-up in 2013. We've just lost his tour card last year at
139.
the end of the 2021 season. When we talk about longevity, that spans across 15 years
140.
at the very top.
Yeah, well said, Matt, because Andy's been around a fair while, doing bits even before certain tournaments even began. Now, he will
40.
hate me saying this, but the Grand Slam started in 2007. He was in the very first final, but he was
42.
doing bits even before that tournament started. That just goes to show how seasoned Andy is. And yes, he's the oldest person in this group, but if you look at someone like Martin Adams, for instance, who has played here before,
42.
he's more than 10 years older than Andy Hamilton. So there's me trying to make you look young, Andy.
171.
It's one of those things that we've not quite worked out yet, have we? What is the peak age of a dart player?
Have you got a number in your mind? Because I do.
I think around the mid-30s.
Yeah, I think
140.
someone will
Already
be reaching their peak at, say,
148.
32 and could do their best stuff between the ages of 32 and 38.
100.
But then
And you
again,
require
Gary Anderson didn't win a world title
140.
till he was in his 40s. So that puts that one to bed, pretty much. And he's looking to put leg 1 to bed, but he's not going to do so.
Whenever you come and you make your debut, because that's what Moreno's doing here, this is his first time, he comes up here and he asks a lot of questions. And
100.
we certainly ask
Moreno, you
questions and we
require
don't know what to
48.
expect. This is good. You could actually use that as a
He was on
marker.
the first leg.
It did actually work out
Moreno
quite well
Blom.
the way that dart was lied. Polished it up quite well despite the horror first dart, which is a positive because it didn't
Second leg is Moreno
impact
to
the
throw
next two.
first. Game on.
Yeah, turning a negative into a positive there. You put it really well, Matt, because that was a bit of a nervy single.
63.
If you want to know what happened there, his flight fell out of the stem before it went to the board. That's why it didn't register in the Seisel. But that double 16 was a great shot eventually, thanks to that first miss.
Just go back to that
97.
dart there that he's just lost points on the floor. And you talk about experience. Kevin Painter's just been on standing at the back of the stage. Steve
180.
Brown, deliberately before he threw the tops against Adam Smith-Neal for 3-2, had that pause to make sure everything was right. There was an equipment issue there. The flights come out, clearly wasn't right in the dart. Was he just a bit too quick to
100.
try and get on with things?
You do get tested when you feel a little bit nervous and you find yourself out of your little process that you do in
42.
practice. One of the best things you can do is to write down the amount of things that you do in practice, write your process down, and then replicate it on a board like this. And when you are a little bit nervous, you tend to forget certain steps. And one of those steps could be just to
100.
dab down all of your flights in the stems, and you might just have forgotten to do that this morning.
One thing he's not forgot to do is
80.
hit the trebles. He has it a 180 in this leg and a 171 in the opening leg, so has filled it up for 2 maximum shots.
Do you know what as well? Moreno's making his debut here, so he didn't play in the previous studio. All of the guys that he's up against today and in this group did, but when he hit that 180, he had a little
180. Moreno
flick of the index finger.
136.
I'm not sure that would have washed in the previous place, but you can get away with it here. He's going to be a creative
96.
counter this lad. You can already
And he
tell.
required 24.
On 136, he went for 17s. Now, is he going 2 treble 17s for double 17 there? That's double 6 for Hamilton. 2 3s, the next door neighbour of double 17.
Game shot.
And
The
it's a fine
second
shot.
leg. Andy
Hamilton
Hamilton
draws level. We're going to have to keep our eye on Moreno Blom here. I think he could be a bit of an Eric Claris in the making.
There's a
Delegate
flash
Andy
from the
to throw
past.
first. Game
It
on.
was a spotter's nightmare. I'm just thinking about that last shot, and I'm thinking maybe it was treble 17 and the switch over to treble 19, both down at that bottom section of the board. We'll put him over to the
43.
14s for double 14. But good standard, this.
123.
What I like, though, is that he's shown that creativity early, so he's not going to make us look like fools. So we've been warned, and we have heeded that warning, but Hamilton with that technique that has almost never changed. That
57.
precise prod of the dart, extends that right arm out, and then a beautiful delivery.
140.
And much like a lot of Dutch players, Moreno does not hang around. It's like he's playing with a bus ticket in his hand, and the bus is due.
Looks like another quality find from the scouts here. And the Super Series, we
59.
mentioned those names earlier that have sort of been unearthed in this, and sort of really good place to learn darts a little bit. You'll be up against players like Andy Hamilton, Kevin Painter, both runners-up in the World Championship with massive pedigree. Being around
82.
them and playing the amount of darts he's going to play this week, he's going to play over 20 competitive matches. And if he gets through to Saturday, he'll probably break the 30 barrier for the week.
76. Moreno record 156.
Great experience that he can gain from this. From a 156 position,
90.
you want to be leaving yourself on something like 66 minimum. A 1 treble visit does get him there. But just look at what Jan van Veen's been doing over the last couple of months. He spent a bit of time here, and since that, his career has gone up a level. He's qualifying for PDC European Tour events
96.
He's won an
Moreno
event this
record
year
66.
as well, away from here. Who's going to win leg
Game
3?
shot in the third leg.
There you go.
Moreno
It's
Blom.
Blom with a 14 darter, and his average has gone up towards, well, it's nearly 3 figures now. And he hasn't missed a double. This is really good stuff from him.
Fourth leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Good
96.
scoring, Andy, as well, on those big hits.
Left-hander, quick. If I say that, who do you think of? Because for me, it's Martin Phillips, the great world master from
180.
Wales. Hamilton, second maximum of the match. But he really does remind me of Phillips.
140.
He's actually quicker than Martin.
I tend to find that with a lot of the younger players now, that the speed of the game is going up, especially these Europeans,
81.
following in the Jelle Klassen footsteps.
Yeah, that Dutch class of Klassen, MVG and Van der Voort.
79.
Back in 2006, all players moving to the PDC at the same time. but the speed of their play was an effect on not just the Dutch generation, but to all players.
Just comes across really, especially when they're hitting,
134.
really entertaining. Just love to watch a quick player
60.
who's on song.
And he require 106.
He may be forced to take this. Blom's got his tail up. Not the end of the world yet. But now the end of the opportunity.
82.
126 is a number that every capable dart player likes. 419s and bull for a 3-1 lead. Doesn't get the 19s that he needed, so Hamilton has dodged one. And this could be for an immediate break back.
24.
To put us back on throw and back in Hamilton's advantage.
Game shot in the 4th leg.
And he seals it with one dart. We said he was being outscored, but then puts in a 13-dart leg. And that's why he has a longevity, like we spoke about already.
Andy to throw first.
A career that spans 20-plus years of professional darts.
Are you surprised, Matt, by the amount of events that Andy Hamilton won at the top level? Because when you think about
99.
it, he won 3 PDC titles. Only 3.
58.
1 Players' Championship event in 2007, a UK Open qualifier in 2007, and 1 in 2014. That's it. Now, there are a few players out there with big status, and I have to put Mark Webster in that because he's got 1 PDC title, which to a lot of people is a shock. But 3 for Andy Hamilton, considering
57.
what people are doing these days? I know there's more tournaments, but 3 for me is a shock.
I think you've probably seen my eyebrows raise in surprise, especially when you look at what he's done in those major events. But again, when I just think back,
100.
I would say yes and no. Yes, it's a surprise, but he also grew up with a certain Phil Taylor,
134.
who pretty much mopped up every time.
And he required 132.
Yeah, very fair. And this is a fair position considering the prowess of Hamilton in the first 9 darts of leg 5. Looking for the straight ton or a 92 to leave tops.
92.
The 92 is found. And all of a sudden, Blom, who was looking good at 2-1 up, is starting to sweat a bit.
57. And he required 40.
Chose to set this up last time rather than going for the bullseye route for the 132, which is probably the right play with Blom so far back. Allows him to come to the board with 3 in hand.
35.
He will need 3 more, but with Blom back on 195, he will get that opportunity.
Would you have bust that, Matt? Or would you have gone for the double 5? Because 195 is not an easy number to shrink down. A lot of players might have bust the shot to go back to tops instead of going for this potential madhouse shot.
No score. Moreno, you require 160.
For that. Personally, I'm a bit more an aggressive player. I'd gone straight for it.
134.
But certainly when you sit in a chair and you're watching it, there's certainly an argument that suggests that. And there's definitely an argument to say 122 would be the more favourable choice here, but does this a lot?
No score.
Again,
Moreno, you require
made a mess of this at the back, and Moreno can step in, and he does. Still not missed a dart at a double yet. The story is simple. Do not give Moreno a chance at a double, because he will punish you. It is 3-2 and a breaker throw.
So it's Moreno to throw first.
Is that going to have an effect on the result of this game? Not just because of the leg win for Moreno. It's the fact that Andy knows that was his leg the whole time until he let it slip. Now, it's easy for us to sit here and say he should have bust the 10 left and gone back to tops. But in the moment, you have got your own game plan.
140.
Andy tends to do that quite a bit, or certainly from my experience. I remember playing Andy on a stage. I can't remember for the life of me where it was, but he wanted 182, and he hit the 180 to leave the 2. And it gets you thinking, it's like, did he do that for the big 180 shout, or does he just want to leave double 1?
That's the old dead cat shot, isn't it?
140.
Just trying to get into the head of the opponent. This is a good response from Andy. The equivalent of 2 140s to start the 6th leg. His win percentage here in this tournament's history, 30 matches played, and a win percentage of under 44%, so hasn't been that prolific.
60.
His running average has been just over 87, and he's currently about 2 points ahead of that. So this is
43.
not a bad performance, but
Andy
what has gone before is just a guide.
161.
We are judging Andy on what he does now. And he's got 6 starts from 161 to level up at 3-3.
Just look to tee this up nicely. Moreno back on 178, so
55.
if Andy leaves, he will be coming back at 106. He's 1 dart at a double if he can find the treble with the first 2.
And he require
Just cast my mind
106.
back to that 100% checkout for Moreno. Andy might be feeling this a little bit here. Needs a treble. Finds it. Andy finds the double after making a mess of the last leg. That is a fantastic recovery there for Andy Hamilton. 106 to finish, a 15-dart leg, and more importantly,
final leg is Andy to
has
throw
the
first.
throw
Game
for the
on.
match. This goes all the way, just like our last game when Conor Heneghan took it against Kevin Painter.
There you see the checkout attempts versus the amount that they've hit.
96.
But as long as you get that number 4, you're not really that fussed. What Andy's job is here in leg 7 is to make sure that Moreno does not get another shot. And with him throwing first, that should be the case most of the time.
Andy will be thinking 15 darts here. You can go out in 15, that forces
68.
Moreno into 12. I'll just leave it a little bit awkward.
100.
A little slip into the 1 and the 5 there means he needs an extra treble to get him into that finishing bracket.
Moreno strikes me as the kind of player that won't make much in the way of tactical mistakes.
77.
I'm going to be fascinated to see where he goes here from 305. He's not going to leave a finish,
100.
but he is going to be roughly a dart ahead. Maybe going straight on the 20s on 305 because of Andy's position on 260. If he was further down, he might have gone for the 18s, the 25, or even the 15s to start to try and guarantee the finish.
40.
So he strikes as a guy who's worked out every single mathematical equation to every shot.
130.
Fantastic darts there for Moreno after 12 darts. Leaves himself on 75. Talked about those win percentage of Andy Hamilton. If he can take this 75, Moreno's win percentage will be 100%. 1 from 1.
Starting a streak.
That's
extraordinary.
180. Moreno requires
The last chance to get a maximum in the match. But the bad news for Hamilton is that Blom is on tops. And he doesn't miss a double the whole contest.
Blom.
And he had one job from 220. He found the maximum. But unfortunately for him, Moreno, perfect on the outer ring. 4 from 4 with an average in excess of 91. Well done. 2 points on debut for Moreno Blom.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV. And what a game we had there between Moreno Blom and Andy Hamilton. We could analyse that all day, but we've only got a couple of minutes. A 4-3 victory for the Dutchman on debut. Let's have a look then at the statistics from that one. It was the 4-from-4 on the doubles, which ultimately won it for him in the end. Andy Hamilton hit 3 maximums in the match and still came out on the wrong end of the scoreline. The high checkout as well being a 106 for the hammer. So the Dutchman getting a victory on debut, 4 legs to 3 in a game that twists and turns so many times. A number of breakers of throw involved in that as well. So everyone has played 1 game in this group so far. We're going to see the second round of matches now. It begins on the stage behind us. Kevin Painter takes on Steve Brown. Owen Binks is the man in charge of this one. And it might still be mid-morning, but it's most definitely prime time in the commentary box. And he joins Paul Nicholson. Paul.
Thanks, Henry. That was a lovely little segue as we go into match number 4. Painter's back to try and get his first 2 points of the day. But so is Steve Brown. Brown losing by 4 legs to 2 in his first encounter. Painter, who eventually squandered 1 match start against Conor Heneghan. But someone's going to walk away with 2 points here, meaning that 4 players in the table at its early stage will be on 2 points at the conclusion of this one, Matt.
Yeah, and it's one of those games where you don't know what we're going to get. Both of them gave us brilliant darts and also showing a bit of frailties. It is early.
Okay,
And
first, I get Steve to throw
we
first.
know about Kevin Painter
Game
is he
on.
warms to the task as it goes. Very good at preparing for that one-match situation. We always saw the best of him in the TV majors, and it was the Pro Tours and the
140.
tournaments where he didn't quite enjoy it as much. And you just feel when he's trying to get ready for 5 matches like he is today, he's going to warm to the task
28.
rather than go the other way.
I think that's perfectly put, Matt. I think most players these days have cultivated
123.
a career by having a floor game, as we call it, and the ability to peak for 1
100.
longer format stage match per day. If you look at some of the elite guys right now, they're good at playing 7 games in a day,
45.
maybe even a little bit less than that. But if you've got to play a long format game, you've got to be peak for about 5 minutes before that match begins.
140.
The complexity with MODUS Super Series is you've got to peak 5 times a day. And if you can't, you aren't going to win the group. It's as simple as that. You're going to get found out.
85.
We saw earlier Adam Smith-Neal and Conor Heneghan hitting the ground running. But now they've got to do that 4 more times. Adam Smith-Neal, for example, would have been 4 games.
29.
He's been in that
Require
practice room.
108.
And we know what he's been doing. We can hear him. We said he's loud. Winding up the other players.
Doesn't want to wind them up too much. Or the big dog might find himself in a kennel in the corner. I promise you that's not going to happen. That's just a joke. Steve Brown on tops after 15. Steady start for him. Painter looking for the maximum to leave 12s. If he's frustrated, all he got to do is look at his face because he wears his heart on
140.
his face, does Kevin?
If you require 40.
He would admit that too.
Game shot.
That's a really good start for Steve Brown. Exactly what he needed. Just to get the juices flowing as he protects his throw here in leg 1. Over to you, Kevin. Let's see what you can do in leg 2.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
Just going back to that point we're saying about preparing and getting ready. And when we compare, what you say, a floor game to a stage game, Kevin Painter surely he's got to be up there as one of the very best at being able to find the difference between the two. I know when I was playing in the World Championship myself, there's a few people I reached out to who you look in that position and think they knew how to get the very best out of themselves for an hour's worth of darts, where you can perform for an hour but also peak in the moments that win the matches. Kevin Painter's one, yourself was one. If you remember, I dropped you a message in the preparation, trying to get some advice.
100.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good assumption for Kevin because I don't mean this disrespectfully at all, But I think for his peak
135.
level of performance, he's probably won about the right amount of tournaments in his career. Is he one of the greatest players of all time? Not in my opinion.
58.
But for his ability level, he has squeezed that lemon for all it has had. And that's all you can do.
95.
And the fact of the matter is, Painter's had an incredible career. He's ticked a lot of boxes. He's been in the Premier League. He's got that PDC major. He's won other PDC titles, other BDO and WDF titles. He's played for his country.
153.
From 1994 onwards, he's had one of the most legendary hairstyles in the history of darts. If you haven't seen his mullet from the mid-90s, you haven't lived.
Steve, you
What
require
a hairstyle that was.
143.
Move over, Cameron Smith.
Kevin will return for the 93. Got options. You can go the aggressive route and use the 19s. Use a 25 and bull. I'm expecting
Kevin, you require
to use the
93.
19s if practice is anything to go by. You wouldn't have Kevin Painter any other way than the aggressive route of anything.
Now, where's he going with this one? He's got 74, and he might be going double 17. Wrong one.
45.
He's an intense character, but even he finds a smile
153.
by hitting double 3 there accidentally. Double top. Here's Brown a 2-0 up. Pause for thought.
13. Kevin, you require 48.
For a hold, despite the fact Steve's had 2 darts there. It was 2 darts for a break. Kevin's going to have 2 darts to hold. The Bulls was good in the last game.
38. Steve, you require 40.
Just offered another opportunity for Steve Brown. That's a good lie.
No score.
Just goes to the side. Kevin Painter's looking to go to the
Kevin, you
side.
require 10.
2 5s.
If you're going to miss this double low, just pull it a little bit left as this dart. That's the line you want.
No score.
Oh, unbelievable. What I was going to say was if you miss it a little bit low, you can drag it a bit left because of the arc of the double. But this is a somewhat forgetful leg for the both of them, but Brown could still break. Double 10, new target. You can sense the tension in this game. 2 very intense characters when they're playing darts. And it's Brown who does take that 2-0 lead.
Steve Brown.
I wasn't expecting to see in this match a 24 dart break of throw.
So look at Steve to throw first.
Now, Matt, come on, we've got to mention this because we've both practiced with Kevin. I did so quite a bit when I was living in Corby, about 45 minutes away from where he was living. And
60.
if you could describe a practice session with Kevin in one word, what would it be? Because I know exactly what mine is.
Purposeful.
Mine's
82.
intense. They were intense practice sessions, but they were very, very purposeful. So it was the same for you as it was for me, which is very Kevin. He didn't do anything by halves, and he would prepare for a practice session in the same sort of way as a big match.
81.
Exactly. Yep. And if you beat him in practice, he takes it just as hard as he's lost in a game. And when this seniors tour came around, that really sort of sparked a bit of a flame for Kevin. It really got him going again. He was practicing for that exactly the same way that he'd practiced for the World Championships when he was in the top 16 when I first met him. That intensity was there, and you sort of feel that he's going to take one of those titles soon because he really does put the graft in for those and really takes them exactly like he did the very best.
He doesn't like that dart at all, but he's still got 2 to rescue this visit. The problem he has is that Brown is already on a finish. Something very gettable.
82. Stevie Rook, 124.
One of 2 trebles could give him a shot at the ball for a 3-0 lead. That treble is treble 18.
90.
Where does
92.
Painter go here? Does he
Give me
want to
number
leave double top or
160.
double 18? That's the question.
Chooses the tops.
Game shot
And
the
hits the
third leg.
tops.
Kevin Painter.
116 to finish for Kevin Painter. That's his break of throw back. He will need to break again if he's going to win the match, but a 15 dart leg
Fourth leg, it's
certainly
Kevin to throw first.
puts him in a better frame
Game
of
on.
mind. Went 3-0 down in his opening game and turned that around. Brought it back to 3-3 before Conor Heneghan served it out. But Kevin Painter is reacting
180.
and responding, and it's all kicking off.
What is it about these Essex boys and darts? Honestly, Colin Lloyd punches the board. Then you've got this legendary dart player, originally from
45.
Billericay in Essex, who's trying to take the ring off the board. Come on, Kevin, you can't have the infrastructure.
Reminds me of a story at the last Challenge Tour, actually, in Germany. They got us to wear
30.
wristbands on our left hand. And as like most players, we take our dart out with our left hand. And as I went to do that, I got attached to the board by the number ring.
140.
You're going to get a few dart stories this week, that's for sure. Now, if you look at the shoes of Kevin Painter, there's another
30.
story there. I once said to Kevin, why don't you wear something a bit more comfortable, Kevin? He said, nope, I like to wear proper shoes. For two reasons.
58.
One, they're smart. And believe me, those things he's wearing today are very smart. But secondly, he likes to wear this kind of shoe because he doesn't like his feet to stick to the carpet. He likes to have a little bit of movement with that slippery leather so he doesn't jar his knee or his hip. And I think that's a really interesting thing. It just paints the picture, doesn't it? That the small things matter to someone like Kevin.
Paints the picture. I like it. For Kevin Painter. 136. 88.
Game shot
This has
the
been an
fourth leg.
absolutely brilliant
Kevin
response from
Painter.
Kevin Painter. Went 2-0 down, lost his throw in 24 darts and responds with back-to-back 15s. An
Look at
incredible
Steve to throw
136.
first.
A 180.
Game on.
Kevin Painter is finding his best. With darts like that, Steve Brown's throw could be in trouble.
82.
Kevin definitely feeling better now, courtesy of those 2 ton plus checkouts. Now, what can Steve do from here? And you said something to me off the air, Matt, which I think was incredibly
60.
profound about Steve. How over the last 5 or 6 years, or even longer than that, he has prioritized other people's careers over his own.
140.
Even when you look at his last year on tour, it was all about his son, John Brown.
100.
Got a tour card himself, and again, Steve's on a 2-year tour, and you feel it was more about him helping his son and showing his son what to do. And
99.
it was all about having that year with him rather than his own career of going up the rankings. It was only those last couple of months that Steve Brown was like, well, I'm going to lose my card. And he
100.
really focused on trying to get into that World Championship and putting some amazing performances. I remember him having a run to the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, not to go deeper that day as well.
100.
He's definitely still got it, but I would love to see, if he's got one, his in tray. Because I'd say that Steve Brown is possibly
100. Steve,
one
you
of the
require
most
80.
busy people in the sport worldwide. That was a somewhat cagey effort at 2 double tops.
40.
And the
Kevin, you
chance of
reckon
3-2 has gone for
141.
now, but if this goes, this would be 3 ton plus finishes in 3 legs.
45.
Won't be, and he's left
Steve,
that
you
a little
require
bit more
40.
awkward than he would have hoped. We'll need a treble if Steve Brown misses the 2 10s. He thought that was in. A bit of a wobble towards the board, recomposes himself,
30.
comes inside.
Kevin, you require 96.
11 missed darts at double in this contest for Steve. He could be in the distance. Right now, he could be confined to near the exit door.
78.
Really costly for Painter, who could easily there have
Steve,
taken the
require
throw of
10.
Brown. But it's still up to Steve to get this 10-pointer.
Twos.
Game shot in the
And
fifth
hits it
leg.
last start in hand.
Steve Brown.
But a really interesting play for me there was while Kevin Painter was throwing for the leg,
See if like it's
Steve
Kevin to
Brown
throw first. Game
did
on.
something completely different. Now, normally what happens is a player stands at the back of the stage and they look down or they look at the board. Steve Brown watched Kevin.
82.
We talk about the experience they've got. I wonder if Steve Brown was just trying to get a read. Trying to see what he could read on Kevin in that situation.
57.
What do human beings do when they need help? Humanistically, they look up. Doesn't matter whether you're religious or not.
123.
That's what human beings just do. It's one of the things that they teach spies and police officers at the highest level, and how to learn if someone's lying or not.
135.
It's based on where they're looking at certain moments of pressure. Now, when sports people need help or are looking to give thanks, they look up.
100.
Remember that.
Kevin Painter will be hoping to look at the scoreboard. See 3-all again. Managed to get 3-all in his last game with Conor Heneghan after falling behind.
92.
Has set himself up for a very doable 100 finish. Only needs the one treble to give himself a shot at the double.
60. Giving it require 104.
Historically, he does like double 16, but this is an effort that leaves tops or double 14 usually. Single 19 leaves
38.
85. He could stay on the treble 19 and go for
149.
double 14. Hold on a minute. Oh, 57 would have left
89.
32, and that would have been a
Giving it
match
requires
shot for Steve Brown, but it
66.
does go begging.
66 is one of them that feels easier than it is. You don't get that treble with the first start. That one won't help. He still needs another one.
Game shot in the
Takes
sixth
it out
leg.
well. Good recovery
Kevin
there from Kevin
Painter.
Painter. But 66 is one of those shots where it looks simple, but unless you get the right
Seventh and
treble with
final
the
leg, it's
first start,
Steve
you
to
are
throw
still
first.
only
Game
getting
on.
one dart at a double.
It's almost as if Kevin was looking at that 66 as a 3-darter,
114.
and the 45 or treble 15 was on purpose. He looked really comfortable. But for the second time today, Painter's going the distance.
45.
He lost out 4-3 to Henahan in match 2. Doesn't need that to happen again. It could be somewhat poisonous for his chances in Group
100.
A if it happens again.
You are going to lose, and lose early. It has to be 4-3. Leg difference in this group,
60.
and especially in Group C, is a massive factor. You do not want to start losing big score lines early. You can recover points
41.
because you've got 15 matches in Group A. You're not going to win them all. But if you start losing big, you've got to start winning big to counteract that.
Yeah, pretty much massage is my favourite saying when it comes to these group formats.
95.
Lose tight, win big. And if all else fails, just don't lose. Just a few weeks ago, Jim McEwen had 14
100.
straight wins in Group A, and only Josh Payne beat Jim McEwen in the 15th match of his campaign, stopping him from being the first
100.
person ever
Stevie Rick,
to win all games in a Group A campaign. So 28 points is the record for the 3-day Group A record.
80.
Oh, that was close to get rid of that match by 4 legs to 3 for Brown, but Painter is only just clinging in there.
Needs to find something here. Steve Brown's not been convincing on the outer ring. He's had 16
Stevie
darts,
require
hit 3.
40.
Kevin, I don't think's left himself close enough. 2 10s.
No score.
Oh, he's laid the gauntlet down.
Giving it require 141.
I didn't think he was going to do that. This is the kind of thing Taylor used to do to Painter.
I do this to Kevin in practice all the time, and I turn around and say, if you're good enough. And quite a lot of the time, he gets close or takes it and then gives a celebration around the room.
75. Steve, you require 40.
Well, you wanted tops again.
Game
And tops gives
shot
you
on
your
the
first win.
match.
That is
Steve
4
Brown.
players on 2 points. Steve Brown was excellent at the very end, but Painter comes up short just once again. There you see the 80 average is good enough, but ultimately it is the 4 legs to Brown.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're seeing some Monday morning mind games in that last game between Steve Brown and Kevin Painter. Steve Brown laid down the gauntlet for the artist in that last leg, busting the tops, which gave him a go at the 1-for-1. It didn't go, but Kevin Painter, despite hitting 2 ton-plus finishes, finds himself on the wrong end of the scoreline. These are the statistics then from that game. An 80.27 average for Brown compared to Painter's 81.68, and 4 from 20 on the doubles, 20%. Was enough for Brown to get over the line. But as I mentioned, 2 ton-plus finishes, the 116 and 136, which brought him back to 2-2 from 2-0 down. The first of those finishes, the 116, Steve Brown was left on double 16 to make it 3-0. So yet again, another game going 4-3 in this Monday morning session here at the MODUS Super Series. We thought this group was going to be tight, and it's most definitely proving to be the case. Well, our next game sees Moreno Blom, who won on his debut here in this competition. He takes on Adam Smith-Neal. He won the opening game of the day, did the former World Masters champion. Well, that means something's going to have to give in our 5th game of the day. The players are almost ready on stage. Owen Binks is the referee in charge of all the action. And over in the commentary box, let's welcome back Matthew Edgar. And first, good morning again to Paul Nicholson. Paul.
Yes, thanks, Henry. Great morning so far, and you're definitely getting your money's worth on Sporty Stuff TV. 3 matches going 4-3 and the other 4-2. But this one Matt Edgar, is definitely going to be the fastest fixture because these are the two fastest players that we have on show in Group A.
Okay, first leg, it's
Said I
Moreno
like a
to
game
throw
with
first.
pace. And that's
Game
what this will
on.
be. This should be entertaining if they can find what they did in the opening games. Adam Smith-Neal, very impressive. 101 the average.
57.
Moreno Blom looked good on his debut. I was just watching him having a throw beforehand. We had that great camera shot from the back of the
58.
room there. And it was notable how far over to the left Moreno Blom stands, and
43.
compared it to the opposite of Stephen Bunting, who goes all the way over to the right. And interestingly, Moreno is left-handed as well, so it's almost like someone got Photoshop and just hit the transform button.
96.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, actually, Matt. But definitely going to keep the
140.
player camera operator busy in this one because Adam's a little bit right of centre and Moreno all the way to the other side. But this is what he's looking for.
140.
The big dog looking for the big chew toy. This
55.
is match 5, the middle part of round 2. And Smith-Neal's been here and done it before.
123.
Got a good level of experience. And he's had a lot happen in his career
94.
at such a young age.
84.
We'll talk more about that in the next leg, but first he's going for the 84 for the break. He might be looking at the bullseye in a second, but it's double 11.
Game
And
shot
that is the first leg to
Adam
ASN.
Smith-Neal.
Just looking very good this morning, isn't he, Matt?
He's looking good. He's sounding confident.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw
Because we've
first.
heard him all morning long. And you mentioned he's done a lot. And when we first came on the air and was looking at the players for the first time, I mentioned that
95.
Adam Smith-Neal is actually only 28 years old. It's 2022. And he
58.
held a tour card in 2011 and 2012. 11 years ago. You'd normally expect someone like that to be in the mid-30s or
100.
40s.
That's very true. I remember, actually, a tournament in Halle in Germany
57.
at the Jerry Weber Centre, and Adam beat me in the last 32. And it was because of that decent run that he had to the last 16 that day that he was signed by a management
136.
agency who were looking after me at the time. And I thought, you've just gone and signed the
96.
player that beat me.
170.
But he did have a couple of years on tour, but since then he's done other bits. He's had some interesting times, hasn't he? He's had a
58.
pretty well-publicised darting injury to his leg. But I think he's looking to create the next
Enemy
step for
require
himself because he's
112.
definitely still got talent.
Talent, and now it's almost like he's learning how to use it.
42.
Got to find what works for you, and sometimes that takes a few years.
100.
70
requires 70.
for a 2-0 lead, and to confirm the break, 20 for tops. Tops.
30. Moreno requires 161.
Didn't miss a double in his first game of the day.
127.
That's not bad.
Enemy requires 40.
But I'm convinced he likes double 17, you know, because he's
Games
trying
on the
to leave
second
it.
leg.
He did
Adam
leave it,
Smith-Neal.
but he didn't get a look at it. Smith-Neal just too prolific when it came to the scoring phase there, and he takes the halfway
Look at
point
Moreno to throw first.
without reply. Now, do you know, you probably do know this, but when Adam
46.
first joined the tour over 10 years ago, do you know what he was doing for a living?
Is the meat?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Vegans, please avert your ears.
97.
Because he worked in somewhere that prepared the animals for the shells.
134.
That's probably the best way I can put it without sounding too brutal.
I remember you went very high up in my estimation when he was
60.
telling me that he made the doner kebab. He was sending out the doner kebab rolls, and I was trying to convince
81.
him to let me have one, and it reminded me of a film called Grimsby, when he's got the doner kebab thing in the kitchen. I was very close to being that myself.
100.
You know you've made it when you're going to have your own doner kebab machine in the kitchen.
58.
I just wonder, you know, I'd love to get your take on this. Blom played really well in his first game against Andy Hamilton, but he will have had the adrenaline pumping.
99.
But now that he's playing his second game, and he'll have 3 more after this, the adrenaline will dissipate a little bit, and I'll be interested to see how he plays from here because of that chemical impact.
Not just that, but he's now playing with a bit of expectancy.
125.
Expected that to go the way Adam Smith-Neal's playing. Not Mr. Dart the double yet. And continues that trend. He's had 5 darts at the double, hit all 5. Makes it look easy. But it's just that interesting. We didn't have any expectation of him in that first game. Did he have much expectation in the first game? Like I say, the adrenaline change
180.
could cause a bit of a crash.
First maximum of this match goes to Smith-Neal. He's still there. The streak ends at 4. We're looking for another 9-darter. Is anybody this year going to have a better game than Graham Usher when he won 4 legs to 2, and in that game he had a 167, 4-ton-plus checkouts, and a 9-darter. Almost, well, it has to be the most complete best-of-7 leg match I've ever seen. Look at this for a leg, though. 11.
7.
And he misses the 11 and 12 darter, but all is not lost.
Say that being the best
100. Adam, you require 4.
Smith-Neal could have the best day so far because this has started really strong. Kicked off with 101 in his opening game, 4-2 victory over Steve Brown. Takes a 3-1 victory. 3-1 lead even here against Moreno Blom. 15-darter in the end. Does bring down the data a little bit, but the most important thing is the control over the game. Doesn't matter if you're with the last starting hand or the first starting hand, your opponent is not coming back to the board. And it's that control of the match that Adam Smith-Neal's got here.
And he also plays the game of darts when he's on form like he's comfortable controlling the game. Some people aren't. They feel more nervous because they're in a winning position. They're almost afraid to win convincingly. That's why some players have very close wins as opposed to those really good 4-0s or 4-1s. But Adam's not afraid to win at a distance.
100.
One more leg for him, and he will be the first person to 4 points in this Group A table.
59.
Conor Heneghan comes up next, the group favourite. He's got Andy Hamilton. That'll be his chance to
140.
get to 4 points. Moreno's not going to let Adam canter to the line here. Forcing the issue.
Can you imagine? And you've got to take yourself back to Saturday night because Graham Usher, left-hander, very quick. Can you imagine a game between Moreno Blom and Graham Usher? How quick it would be.
46. Adam, you require 161.
Definitely keep the referee on their toes, that's for sure. This is to win in style, but it's not going to be this time.
It'll be easier for the cameraman, though. Both players over to that side. Keep this on the 16s.
Aim shot on the 5th leg.
He has missed his first starter double, but quickly rectifies the situation. That's starting hand at the double 8. Pulls it back to 3-2. Adam Smith-Neal on throw, though, now. Looking to serve this out. Get his second 4-2 victory of the day.
140.
I'm just really glad that Adam's not wearing a dart shirt that matches his flights, because that would be
60.
particularly garish.
Did used to have one, didn't he?
Yeah, it wasn't very nice. But then again, I am somewhat the person in darts commentary who critiques a dart shirt more than others. I've even compared one of yours to a tube of toothpaste.
100.
Which I still get tweets about at least every week.
140.
I would like to apologise, but I really don't want to. And Adam's not going to apologise for being absolutely sensational in this leg.
Adam,
He's not got rid of
86.
Blom yet, to his credit. But this is 86, which is now 85. And if Blom gets out of this jam,
26,
he might be one of those people who can get out of quicksand.
He's took the one off. He's going to need another one visit at least.
60.
Which means if he's going to get that, Adam Smith-Neal needs to miss this 60. Tens.
40. Moreno, you require 80.
What does the creative Blom do on 80? 2 singles for tops.
60.
Oh, that was close.
Adam, you require 20.
It's a bit further away than I thought. But this shouldn't be missed. And he gets an assist from dart number 2. A lovely little flick on for Adam Smith-Neal's second 4-2 win of the day. And he is the first person to 4 points in this Group A table, courtesy of that 4-2 win.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV, where Adam Smith-Neal is the first player onto 4 points following that 4-2 victory against Moreno Blom. Paul Nicholson has joined me up here on the gantry. We're a third of the way through the day's action. What's your first thoughts and reflections of what we've seen so far?
I've been very impressed with Adam Smith-Neal. I think he's looked very comfortable, and you can tell that there is a very big performance in him. It's just a question of whether he will find it. He's going to need to be tested by some of these players, otherwise he could canter his way to 8 or 10 points today. But I think Conor, who is playing in this next match after his first one with Kevin Painter, I think he's glad he's had a couple of games off just to get over that really cliff-hanging victory.
Because it was a performance where he was 3-0 up, had the opportunity possibly to go on and win it 4-0. Kevin came back, and you thought possibly he could have nicked it on the line there.
Could have. And I suppose that's the tale of the first 2 matches for Kevin Painter. He could have walked away with potentially 4 points, but on 0, his goal now is to walk away from Monday with 6 points.
Indeed. Well, next up for us, it's all about the H's. It's Henahan up against Hamilton. What's your thoughts on this one? Obviously, Conor, as you mentioned, just getting over the line in the first one. And we mentioned the stage experience of Andy Hamilton. Now Henahan's had that first game on the stage. Can he just relax a little bit more now?
He will, definitely. I think the adrenaline levels are definitely there for match one for these players. But once you've had that first match, it's time to relax now and get into a rhythm. And it's a very similar game for Conor against Hamilton because similar levels of experience for Painter and for Hamilton. So he'll just want to try and replicate what he did earlier.
Well, we're going to let you run back over to the commentary box. Owen Binks is ready on stage, as is Matthew Edgar in the commentary box.
Game number 6. And after this, everyone would have played 2. Conor Heneghan will be looking for 2 points here to join Adam Smith-Neal on 4. Conor Heneghan opened his day with a 4-3 victory over Kevin Painter. Did go 3-0 up in that game. Kevin Painter pulled it back to 3-3, and then we saw a good leg of darts at the end for Conor. There's plenty of qualities on leading and when under the cosh. You expect him to be under pressure at some point here. Andy Hamilton did go down 4-3 in his opening game to Moreno, but that was 100%. 4 from 4 on the doubles from Moreno to see him over the line in that one.
Okay, first leg, it's Conor to throw first.
Conor Heneghan, one
Game
thing
on.
learnt to expect from him is those maximum visits. Has the highest ratio of anybody in this group on the 180s. 177 180s coming into today. Hit 2 in his opening game against Kevin Painter. 179 180s. That is a very good return. Puts him at about a 0.26
81
per leg played. So with a guaranteed 4 legs and maybe more, expect to see that maximum
60.
column get a few digits in it.
Quite the morning for Conor Heneghan, isn't it, Matt? Because you look at your fixture sheet.
140.
You've got Kevin Painter first. Then you've got Andy Hamilton. You think, am I just playing Premier League players today?
100.
It's interesting as well when we look at the fixtures and what is coming. Conor wins this game. The game you'd like to see next would be Adam Smith-Neal, Conor Heneghan. And that is their next fixture.
95.
There have been times when I've looked at Group A action and had a confident pick
60.
to see who's going to win the group. I don't have that right now because I'm not counting out Andy Hamilton. I'm not counting out Kevin Painter because this could be one of those silly Group A campaigns where somebody might win it on
100.
16 or 18 points because 4 of the players might bunch up and it could be 1 on leg difference. It's not every week you see somebody boost their way to 26 or 28 points. That happens very rarely
85.
now.
So last week, Group A came down to the very last game. It was game 44 that decided it. Lisa Ashton beating Justin Smith.
35.
It's another first for Lisa
121.
Ashton. First lady to win a group. Great second dart.
83.
Unfortunately, the third does not
And
find
you
the
require
button,
50.
as our friend Chris Mason would say. And 50 is a checkout where you find out if a person prefers double 16 or tops.
Game shot.
And that's beautifully done by Andy.
Andy
That is
Hamilton.
a first leg break of throw. Not his most masterful leg. Well, 17 darters, you don't mind.
Second leg,
as
it's
long as you're
Andy
the
to
one
throw first.
who's
Game
getting
on.
them.
Sort of find if you're going to be winning games in the Super Series, that's the bracket you need to be. That 15 to 18 bracket.
83.
You're not in that 15 to 18 bracket, you are not going to be winning much here.
Yeah, the running averages of these players
95.
tell that exact story. If you look at 15 darts as 100.2 as an average, and 18 being around 84, if you're somewhere in the middle of that, you're going to be doing okay. But Running average for
99.
Andy, 87, which is just under 17 darts a leg. Conor, 89.5. So he is better
100.
than 17 darts most of the time. But if we look at the mean average of all of the players, the closest actual leg is 17 darts for all of them. So you're absolutely right about that.
And if we look at 17 darts, to
100.
do that you need 6 visits to the board, 6 handfuls of darts. Which means if everyone needs 6 handfuls of darts, it's going to come down to those moments. A missed double.
128.
A big leg when you need it. A bullseye finish. A big finish. They're level when it comes to playing over the distance. So whoever wins the moments is going to take the points.
57.
I used to coach football, and a lot of the time over 90 minutes, football teams will cancel each other out. You need to win those 10, 20-second moments. And that's what games are decided on. Not
100.
90 minutes are decided on 10 seconds. I think that's what this group's going to be like.
Yeah, that's a very fair assumption. Sometimes it's not about hitting a double at the very first port of call, but it may be because you get that second visit and you have to take it. It's like winning a
38.
second ball
Conor
in football.
requires
Win the
78.
rebound, get the ball back. Once you've got the shot at a double, take it. And if you can get a 5-visit leg, good for you.
58.
And you can see the reaction
And he
of that
requires
third dart once it hit
124.
that single 20 shot. It's quite a violent collision, that. And Hamilton has got one of those moments for a 6-visit leg.
Conor
Conor
requires
to get his
20.
throw back.
Game shot on the
Just
second
like we've been
leg.
saying,
Conor Heneghan.
6 visits needed to win the leg. And it's moments. And he had a small chance there to see
Well,
that
it's
one out.
Conor
If he
to
had saw
throw
that out, that would
first.
have been exactly what we're saying. 6-visit leg. It'd been a 1-2-4. But that's just that little bit of timing that will separate 2 equally matched players.
You may have tuned in this morning to see one of your cult heroes
100.
in Hamilton or Painter or both, thinking that surely with their ability and experience, they're going to be fighting for the top spot at the halfway point. But if
55.
Hamilton loses this match, he, like Painter, will be at the bottom on 0.
Doesn't that just speak volumes of now the depth of the darting pool and the talent that exists?
That's what's changed, though.
93.
You and I played pro matches against each other, Matt, and you looked around the room and you could possibly pick 10 people that could win that tournament that day.
140.
Every now and again, you get someone to win out of the blue. But nowadays, you walk into a place like this or a Pro Tour arena and you think, there are lots of people who can win.
94.
Now, I've seen enough from Moreno Blom this morning to say that I think he can win this group if he just gets a bit of consistency in his scoring. But lots of these players
132.
could win this group. That's why it's so exciting. Great stuff from Henahan to leave tops after 12.
Not even sure I'd have gone with 10 players years ago who could have
I
won
was
it.
trying to be generous.
94. Conor required 40.
Tops for a 13 dart leg.
Game shot in the third.
Takes it
leg.
out in 2.
Conor Heneghan.
Hold a throw. Just ramps it up a little bit there. 5 visits to the board that time. 14 darter for Conor
I think
Heneghan.
it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Andy back on throw. Getting to that crunch point of these games. Only a short format. Best of 7. That's first to 4 legs. Conor is halfway there already. And doesn't need to find a break.
140.
We have 2 players on the hockey right now who have had people of the same surname play in our tournament in the last 18 months.
55.
In the case of Andy Hamilton, Carl Hamilton played very recently. Didn't have a great time of it in Group C a few weeks ago. No relation, of course. Carl from Darlington. in northeast of England, whereas Andy is traditionally from Stoke.
76.
But Conor's brother, Martin Henahan, did play, and he wasn't too shabby either.
60.
But we'd probably have to admit, no offence, Martin, Conor's doing a little bit better.
Stoke-on-Trent. We had a bit of a chat last week when Carl Wilkinson was playing, saying about hotbeds of darts, and how Yorkshire over the years has produced some fine talent. But Stoke-on-Trent's got to be the hotbed of champions.
180.
It has been, but I suppose at the minute, it's not really seen the same way. The likes of Adrian Lewis and Ian White currently still on tour. Andy Hamilton, of course. Mark Frost.
89.
Phil Taylor, who I somehow managed to mention 5th. I promise you that wasn't on purpose.
134. And you require 100.
But Ireland right now, oh, kicking and screaming with talent. This is brilliant from Hamilton. Looking to respond with his own 14 darter, and that's what he finds.
Andy Hamilton.
He's having a bit of a Blom performance on the outer ring so far. Remember, Moreno in his first match here was 100% in 4 consecutive wins on the double. But halfway for Hamilton, he's got 2 shots from 2 attempts.
140.
It's scary when you start thinking about territories. Wales. Fine. For developing talent at the moment. Holland. Belgium.
Oh, yeah, Belgium is definitely going in the right direction.
81.
I think a lot of credit needs to go to the PDC for their systems, for Super Series, for bringing
100.
the young talents over. We had Brian Roman, of course, play at the back end of last year. He's a fabulous player. We haven't seen anywhere near what he can do yet. But Ireland right now with Keane Barry,
38.
Steve Lennon, Willie O'Connor, Katie Sheldon, Conor Heneghan, and so many more players from the north. Northern Ireland as well. Absolutely incredible right now with Josh Rock, Daryl Gurney, Brendan Dolan, Mickey Mansell. I could go on and on and on. The strength and depth of this sport has never been healthier.
140.
Another place you'll know quite a bit about is Australia. Seems everyone who comes over from there's a finely tuned talent. Double 16.
105.
For a 1-2-1 finish.
You'll see more of Raymond Smith at the World Championship this year. He's qualified. And I suppose we have a duty to say well done to Danny Baggish and to Dave Cameron, who have qualified for the PDC World Championship over the weekend in the CDC circuit. Well done, lads. Is it well done, Conor, for winning leg 5?
12.
It still should be, but he doesn't want to have one of those legs, inverted commas, because he had one earlier against Kevin Painter, which was pretty forgettable. But Andy will be cursing himself, leaving 159.
Yeah, the treble one didn't help Andy Hamilton in that setup visit.
Conor require 4.
Keep us in that bracket of legs.
Game shown the 5th leg.
The bracket of darts.
Conor Heneghan.
That we are saying it normally takes. He is playing to form, he's playing to type. He is 3-2 up on Andy Hamilton. Interestingly, though,
to throw first.
the stats and the data for this one, we've got Conor Heneghan sat at a 93.31 average, which is extremely good considering his checkout percentage at the moment is just 3 from 11. That tells us he's outscoring Andy.
174.
He's looking to rectify that there with a maximum visit. Doesn't go in the 180 column, but it's still 3 major trebles. That one, though, will go in the 180 column. That is his 2nd one of this match and his 4th of the day already.
Well, it's another treble, but it's the wrong one.
95.
We all hoped right there that he was going to leave 147. Just saw a little glint in the eye there of Henahan. Because he's hit a 9 before in the other studio, admittedly. He would love to be the first to do it on this stage. Who's going to christen it with the first 9? You just wonder if it's going to be this week.
135.
Quirks as dart players. And you know when they put a new dart board or they just turn it, you want to be the first player to hit the treble 20 on it. And you sort of get that as well with the 9 dart. I was here last week and you could hear the buzz and the vibe around being the first to do certain things.
The first person to hit a 9 darter in this project was Aaron Monk, believe it or not. Double top.
Game shot
And that's exceptional from Hamilton.
Andy Hamilton.
The double-double attempt, because Henahan was very well placed after 9 himself. That is a great shot to take us all the way again. What a day so far.
Talk about the evolution of darts and territories and things, and that's an evolution of darts
60.
there, the double-double shot. I remember when I first started playing darts, that was considered disrespectful, when now it's considered the percentage shot.
Yeah, the one I always like to talk about is James Wade playing Kevin Painter, funnily enough, at the World Match Play, and James had 80 left.
37.
Hit 2 double tops with the first 2 darts, and Painter staring a hole through James Wade as if to say, how dare you do that to me? But if somebody does that now, it's just another leg lost or another leg won, because it's about surface area. You want to try and hit 2 double tops? Be my guest. It has its pitfalls, but I can understand why people do it.
100.
And in shots like that, 97 for Hamilton, it made so much sense.
Also gives you a little insight into what Andy's thinking. He was thinking that was an all or nothing shot, so it's the bigger targets. Wasn't worried about if he missed the board, because to him it had to go or he was losing. So could throw an aggressive dart at the double 19. Looking to leave this on.
94.
That second dart was a bit of a mystery to me. I think if he missed that 54, he wasn't going to leave a finish. But now that he's left it,
58.
he's got 6 for it.
And he requires 170.
Set nicely for him. You'll be able to leave this handy. Take your pick.
134.
Very handy, Andy. Yes, that was not Chris Murphy you just heard. King of the puns.
95.
Chris will be back tomorrow.
And he requires 36.
Andy's going to be back in his next match against Kevin Painter. But first, he's going to take his first win of the day.
Andy
An
Hamilton.
excellent sprint to the finish from Hamilton with his best average of the day of 97. Henahan did not play poorly, but he does not win on this occasion.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and yet another game that went the distance here in Group A, and it was a 4-3 victory for the Hammer, Andy Hamilton, who put the hammer down at the perfect time. Let's have a look then at the statistics from our previous game. A 97.28 average for the former World Championship finalist. 4 out of 4 on the doubles. That high checkout of a ton to make it 3-3, and that was off the back of a 97 finish to level us up at 2 apiece. For Conor Heneghan, 3 from 11 on the doubles was the crucial statistic that cost him in the game in the end, despite that 95.47 average. So victory for Andy Hamilton in this one. Our next game is ready to get going on the stage. It's Brown against Blom, and Paul Nicholson and Matt Edgar are most definitely going to commentate with some aplomb.
Yeah, things looking good for Adam Smith-Neal in this table so far. He's on 4 points. Henahan stops at 2. Hamilton joins the party on 2. And Kevin Painter left at the bottom. But Steve Brown, who did beat Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 3 in our 4th match of the day, is looking to join Adam Smith-Neal on that 4-point total. The 41-year-old from Bristol. Still can't believe he's 41. Got to get old sometime, right, Matt?
We said this when we was writing things down, and I was looking at ages and stats and things of players, and where does time go? 41, Steve Brown. I remember watching Steve Brown when he was debuting at the World Championship. Highlighted as a young talent.
96.
We have completed 2 rounds of matches now. So we have a better idea of where these players could be at the end of the day, but there's a long way to go. 9 more matches for your darting entertainment before we allow you to go on with the rest of your Monday. But you're right. Steve Brown, when he first graced the World Match Play and World Championship, wearing some of those very green shirts.
44.
I remember it well. I was actually at the World Match Play when Steve Brown made his debut. He played Terry Jenkins. And I remember he was stood there and just leant forward and had a look at all the arena and everything. I mean, you played there yourself. I mean, it's a dream for me to ever grace the World Match Play, but what's that sort of experience like?
When you're going into an arena for the first time, you don't know whether you're going to like it or love it or something else. And when I first played at Alexandra Palace, I was looking around that place and I thought, I love this place. I like playing in the winter anyway. It's my time of year. But I'm very honest about my approach to the World Match Play. I never liked playing there. It was just too hot for me. I love being a commentator there.
24.
I love to be part of the tournament, but as a player, I didn't enjoy it. And I always seem to have my worst points there. But I can understand, on the other side of it, why players do love it. Because it's just so pretty, that ballroom. The stage is great. That if it's playable and it's not too hot, it is a great place to watch. It's a great place to play darts. But most of the time when I played there, it was like being inside a radiator.
So you probably didn't enjoy your time too much living in Australia.
Nope, I like air conditioners.
45.
I wonder if Steve's going to break out some of those retro shirts this week.
81.
He's had some good camouflage style shirts, but he's gone somewhat understated today with the
57.
Sponsored polo shirt.
106.
Treble 18, not found.
98.
Not the best first leg, I will say that. But that's a better visit with a little bit of a Jockey Wilson hook at the end.
8. Game shot on the first.
Wasn't great in the scoring phase, but perfect on the outer ring. It took him a while to get there, but he took it out with the first dart. One thing I'm just not... I like to watch people and see what's going on. And Steve Brown's shown me a couple of little quirks. We saw him looking at Kevin Painter earlier.
43.
Just noticed potentially a bit of chewing gum or something here. And I remember that Eric Bristow line from years ago where he asked his opponent if he
135.
breathes when he throws darts. And I just wonder with Steve Brown with that chewing gum if it causes
57.
differences. Does he chew? Does he not chew? Does he chew while he's throwing?
Good question, and I can answer it because I used to love chewing gum when I played.
19.
Particularly when it was a lot of games during the day. You would chew outside of the throw, but when you're throwing, you don't. At least that's what I used to do anyway. And certain players have utilised certain things to try and keep little
41.
energy levels up. Like Raymond van Barneveld used to chew on some sort of sweet because of his diabetic levels throughout long campaigns. But some people like chewing gum, some people like mints.
95.
Whatever works.
Like I say, I like looking. And I remember in Jeffrey
41.
One's case, he used to keep one strawberry. Haribo strawberry sweet. Just one.
He has me thinking you meant an actual strawberry. An organic one with a green top on it. No, it's a Haribo strawberry. Okay.
60.
Just the one. I love that. Just one. Not two, not three, just one.
59.
Told you dart players was quirky.
Yeah, what's in the case? What's in the bag? Steve Brown would like to get another 2 points in the bag.
95.
After a somewhat sketchy beginning to his campaign.
140.
He's starting to blow a little bit hotter.
Steve, you require 97.
Starts on the 19th successfully. Leaves himself tops. Comes over for tens.
77. Moreno,
There's the
you require
opportunity
120.
for Moreno, which one thing we've learnt about him so far is you don't give him too many, but that's on the outer ring. He's first got to get there.
29. Steve,
He's
you require
not finding
20.
many trebles in this game.
That must
Inch
change
on the second
because
lap.
Brown is starting
Steve
to
Brown.
incrementally improve. It's not a very good game at all. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but Brown is just a little
Steve to
bit
throw
better right now.
first.
And what did I say earlier on about the adrenaline levels of Moreno Blom? Because in that first game,
100.
if you can play with a bit of adrenaline pumping through your veins, you'll enjoy that first game. And he did enjoy it, winning by 4 legs to 3 against
85.
Hamilton. But when that adrenaline disappears or diminishes, you must be able to play when you're feeling a lot calmer and relaxed as well. And so
60.
far, he's just not able to do that.
57.
Steve Brown. He doesn't have to be the best version of Steve Brown that's ever lived. He doesn't have to be throwing darts that would rival Gerwin Price, Peter Wright, Michael van Gerwen. He has to beat what's in front of him.
84.
Right now he's doing that successfully. He's 2-0 up. He's got to break a throw. He's throwing here for a 3-0 lead.
40.
You throw with a tournament mentality. When you're in a tournament that is pure knockout, does it matter what your stats say? No.
125.
It's all about just getting the win, and that's exactly what Steve's looking to do right now. Get 2 points, refresh yourself, and get ready for your next challenge. You will have a bit of a break after this one. And I think Moreno's doing the right thing here. This is not a tactic by him. He knows he's not playing well in this game. He's just trying to figure out why by taking a bit of a timeout or a breather.
Steve, you require 132.
And the level of control that Steve Brown's had on this game. Didn't need to go the bullseye route. Set himself up the double with 2 trebles.
108.
But Moreno yet to have a dart of the double. It doesn't look like he's going to get one in this leg.
100.
Yeah, it doesn't look likely.
Steve, you require 24.
Steve Brown in his last visit, a bit confused by leaving the double 12,
Ames on the
which he
third
takes
leg.
this time for a
Steve
3-0
Brown.
lead. But Matt, it was as if he was going for the 1-3-2 and expecting to set it up and not expecting to get a shot at the double 12 for the big out.
Well,
but
it's Moreno
ultimately,
to throw first.
Brown does take that leg in 16 darts, and his average does go up to 75 now.
Just love watching Steve Brown. We know he's a very intelligent man. He just staring at the wall, almost queuing, just waiting for that Moreno to leave the table so he can have it to himself. Seeing a few quirks come in to Steve Brown throughout the day already. It's only game 3.
Some players aren't used to sharing tables anymore.
43.
Remember the old days when you'd get one table and you think, oh, this is nice, share a table with a player. But when the pandemic hit and the 2-table system came in, everybody started to get a bit of a business class mentality. I'll have my own table, thanks. Yeah, we'll just bring you back down to earth here at the MODUS Super Series. You only get one table.
Always used to bug me when you was playing and someone had come over and they'd moved your case, or they'd have closed your case back up again. Or always a bit of mind games went over on the table.
Oh, yeah. You remember the time when Phil Taylor threw away James Wade's stem and flight spare, and James was wondering, where's my spare gone? Someone already had it in the audience because Phil threw it away.
85.
One of the biggest mind game tricks I've ever seen. Oh, look, Steve Brown's on 1-3-2 again. And Moreno can do nothing about it. It's almost as if the treble 20's on the side of a milk carton for him in this match.
44.
Interesting to see the route Steve Brown goes. Will he stick with that 16s if he gets the treble? He does. Chooses to attempt to leave the double 6. Can't do that from here, so we expect to see him down at the bottom of the board using the 17s to leave himself on tops. He will return with 3 darts in hand.
I think that was a good miss for him, you know. Getting that treble 5 forced him away from double 6 and potentially double 3 as well. Double top for the comfortable win. And it's a very good performance in the end. Not his special brand of Steve Brown that we know he's still got, but he's now on 4 points in this table. And Moreno Blom, not playing well in that match, has got a couple of games to figure something out. As for Brown, that's exactly what the doctor ordered. 4-0 to him. He'll be back later, but it's going to be pain to Hamilton after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV, where Steve Brown has moved on to 4 points. courtesy of a 4-0 victory against Moreno Blom in that game. Let's have a quick look then at the statistics. It wasn't a classic. A 77 average for Steve Brown was what was won it in the end. A disappointing performance for Blom, but he will come back from that. That is for certain. But what it does tee up next is a battle between two players who played against each other in the 2012 Premier League. Whether you predict a riot or you think it's hammer time, it's two former world finalists going toe-to-toe. It's Andy Hamilton, it's Kevin Painter, and it's going to be watched in the company of Matt Edgar and first Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Henry. I am not predicting a riot because there are only 3 people in the room, so let's hope that we can have it all nicely behaved, but these two have known each other for a very long time. And I'm sure our referee, Owen Binks, can keep a good order. But this is a look a little bit at the past. I don't want to say that disrespectfully to the players. But it's all about what they can do now. Both over the age of 50, both who want to play in the seniors and will have ambitions of maybe picking up that World Seniors Championship in the early part of 2023. They'll have to wrestle that from the hands of Robert Thornton. But right now they're looking to play each other for the first time this week. And they will play each other a minimum of 3 times.
It's interesting you said there won't be a riot. There's only 3 people in the room. Kevin Painter can have a riot with just himself in the room at times.
To throw first.
I'm glad you said that, not me.
I'll get the flack for that on our next practice session, I'm sure.
We can get away with it, you see, because we've known Kevin a long time.
140.
Well, eloquently put by our host, Henry, because they did play each other in the Premier League. They played each other quite a few times, in fact, 20 different occasions. They've played each other in their careers outside of the Super Series. They've played in the World Grand Prix. They've played in Players' Championship events. They've played in the Las Vegas Desert Classic. Going back a few years now, because that hasn't even run since 2010. But in the Premier League in 2012, they played twice. And it was 1 win each.
If there's ever a tournament you want to see return, it'd be the Desert Classic.
180.
Joined the PDC myself in 2011, so I missed it by a year. And always hoped it'd return. There was always rumours. But I think the World Series has took over that position at the moment.
I think it has. Going to far-flung places like Australia and New Zealand. And Kevin has actually been all the way down to Australia to do exhibitions.
41.
Thoroughly enjoyable. He actually went to my old home club of the Maroondah Social Darts Association in Croydon, in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. He thoroughly enjoyed it. Went over there with Jamie Caven, who has also played some action with us in the last year and a bit. But Painter's looking for tops.
Game shot.
10s will suffice for a 14-dart start. Just keep it there, lads. Keep it there.
Yeah, much improved there from Kevin Painter.
Second, I get to Andy to throw first.
That 180 to get himself down there as well. His second of the day. Said these are 2 senior players, and we spoke about how many times they've played each other and over the years. Both age 55.
140.
Hamilton, the older of the 2 by 4 months.
If you are a Kevin Painter fan, you may want to avert your ears.
85.
I'm looking at their head-to-head record since that last meeting in the Premier League, which was on the 8th of March 2012, so over 10 years ago. In the time since then, they've played 8 times now, and Painter's only won once. Whether that tells you a story, I don't know, but they've played in the World Grand Prix.
180.
They've played in a qualifier for a European Tour event since then, but Hamilton, over the last 10 years, seems to have had the better of Painter, but they haven't played each other for 6 years, so that's why it's a bit of a disguised stat.
100.
But we both know that Kevin's got a pretty good memory. He probably knows he hasn't got a brilliant record against Andy in the last decade or so.
140.
Practiced with Kevin for about 11 years. One of the things when Kevin Painter's on song is he hits a lot of 180s. Nowhere near the amount of credit he probably would have got over the years. 2 180s already in this match, which is a good indication to the form.
60.
We go back to that
Kevin,
2012
96.
Premier League. The big feature for Kevin was shots like this. Those low hundreds and those big 90 finishes.
25. And he require
I
120.
think there's only one word that describes that, and that's oops. Giving Andy a really good look at 120, which is a bit more difficult now. Doesn't quite usurp that dart, doesn't bypass it.
56.
That was
Kevin,
a blocker shot.
71.
And this should be easier than 71, Kevin. You know that. You might even just get a shot at the bull. That was a courageous effort.
51.
I didn't expect him to go for the 25
And
there.
he
That was
requires
fraught
64.
with peril.
64 might only be one dart of the double unless he can hit the treble with the first one. It will be. What's your pick? Chooses the 16s.
32.
Comes wide of the 16s.
Kevin, you
Kevin
require
Painter
20.
will return for double 10 for a breaker throw.
Game
and
shot
delivers.
The second leg. Kevin
Painter doubles his lead. It's 2-0 to Kevin Painter. It's a breaker throw. And I think for Kevin Painter,
Kevin
very
to
encouraging
throw
signs
first.
because this is a much improved performance from what we saw in the first couple of games.
Yeah, 30 darts for the first 2 legs of the contest. That's pretty good.
100.
When we're talking about firsts, that was the first Kevin Painter snarl. This took him his 3rd match of the day. Normally snarling when he's feeling good, and every right to feel good when you're
60.
throwing at 100 average.
He's never played with a smile. He saves the smile for the end. And he only smiles if he wins.
180.
Even when he hits 180s mid-game, he doesn't smile. If you look at his game face, I once described it looking like Grumpy Cat. Because it's like a rainbow.
140.
It's an upturned smile, but it's him just saying, I'm not happy unless I win. And that is fine.
85.
I'm going to repeat myself again here. So when Kevin Painter's playing well, he hits 180s. That was his 3rd. So he's hit a 180 in every leg so far.
And he's already had a 136 finish today.
66.
If he gets another,
Kevin,
he'll be in Steve Brown
136.
territory from the last match. So far, this is looking very accomplished.
100.
Mentioned about if you're going to lose, you want to lose tight. And you said about winning big when you win. Kevin Painter's only lost 4-3 to Steve Brown, 4-3 to Conor Heneghan. So no damage really done in that legs column.
180.
Get a big win here.
Kevin, you require 36.
Soon put himself back in the mixer.
Game shot
It's
in the
there.
3rd leg.
Didn't need the guide.
Kevin Painter.
14 darter for Painter and a 3-0 lead. And in this spot, you've already seen it today. You must keep your foot down.
To throw first.
Because if you just bring your foot backwards a little bit, you could be caught. He caught Henahan, but couldn't finish him off. But now, a chance to get a 4-0 victory, that would definitely get him back in this group.
99.
Hamilton won his last game against Conor Heneghan. 97.28 the average in that one.
137.
Reel it in. The fixtures have sort of worked out a little bit at the moment to keep him clearly in the running. Conor Heneghan obviously beat Kevin Painter, then lost to Hamilton. If Kevin Painter can then beat Andy Hamilton... Oh, we're doing it already, aren't we, this? If that and if this, these groups are quite intriguing.
Half of the stuff we talk about in the commentary box, Matt, is if. It's very difficult to say when in a match of darts because it's one of those sports where there are no gimmies, there's no resignations. It's a case of a player
100.
has to hit that double, and if he doesn't, they're not going to win. Simple as that. In golf, in match play, you can get a gimme from 18 inches and say, yeah, you can have that. We don't do gimmies in this. You've still got to hit that double. That's why a lot of people love this sport.
So that's what we do in the commentary box. It's like the relationship that everyone's got in this production. We're sat here asking the questions and the players are up there delivering the answers. Andy Hamilton giving us a good answer in this one. Went 3-0 down. Kevin Painter was over the 100 average, looking strong.
104.
Looking like he was cantering to victory. But Andy Hamilton's got at least 6 at this. It will be for a holder throw. Knowing Kevin, he's probably already thinking about the hold.
56.
If I was him, I'd be thinking of maybe starting on the 19s here. Bare minimum is 64 points to get to a finish, in my opinion. I don't know whether that's just too defensive, but I like the 19 start here. If you get a 101 plus, you're into doable range. So I think the 25 is the play,
131.
but that's still brilliant.
And he required 48.
Gets him into 2-dart range. That's really good from Kevin. Quite aggressive in the end.
Just for the record, the players can't hear us out on the stage. You saw Kevin just step back and glance as Paul just mentioned about the change of play. Andy Hamilton takes that out in 2 darts. 48 the finish. And it puts it onto Kevin now. Kevin will be throwing first to get this one wrapped up. We'll want this as quick as possible because those leg differences can come into play and more often than not do.
85.
Of the 12 players this week, Matt, how many would you think would want to hear us? It would make for really interesting viewing if they could.
I would go for 1.
Who would the one be?
Adam Smith-Neal.
I think you might have that spot on, actually.
Because I think if we said, can he hit this? He would love to hit it and turn to us and say, yes, he can.
180.
Well, Painter's got his 4th maximum, and he's maintaining that 100 average. This is, by far and away, his best performance of the day so far, but he's not over the line yet because Hamilton is going to cling on with everything he's got.
100.
I'll also point out that I think on any other week, I would normally go for 0.
81.
I wouldn't want to hear it. In fact, the majority of elite dart players, what they want is just the dartboard and the referee. They don't want to see averages. They want to see a score, and they want an opponent.
45.
That's it. If you had a tablet or any sort of screen up there showing their average, it would be a distraction to the dart player. They don't want to know.
So with what you're saying there, essentially, this MODUS Super Series is the perfect playing environment.
Yes, it is. 0 excuses. If you lose, it's your fault. And Kevin, on 65, is looking for a very healthy win.
65.
This time, the 25 is the right player. And he doesn't get it. Does he want double 6 or double 4? Double 4 he gets. And double 4 he takes. An excellent performance from Kevin Painter to get his first win of the day. That was just what the doctor ordered. He takes out his old pal Andy Hamilton by 4 legs to 1 with a 97.5 average. Checkouts were excellent as well, and his highest checkout came right at the end of the match. Welcome to the table, Kevin. 4-1 to you.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Kevin Painter's registered his first points of the campaign, and he did it in some style with a 4-1 victory against Andy Hamilton in the battle between two former Premier League stars. Let's have a look then at the statistics from that previous match, and Kevin Painter with an average of 97.5, 4 180s, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, the high checkout of 65. As for the hammer, an average of 89.24, hitting 1 maximum, 1 from 2 on his doubles, with 48 being his highest checkout. Well, coming up next, Adam Smith-Neal is looking to become the first player in this group to register 6 points. He won each of his opening 2 matches, kicking off his campaign with 101 average in the opening match of the day against Steve Brown. He takes on Conor Heneghan. He went into the group as the bookmakers' favourite to not just win this group, but to pick up the weekly title. It's 1 from 1 for the Irishman so far, and between these two favourites to go on and progress their way through to mid-October, who can strike the first blow against each other? Let's head over to the commentary box to find out. It's Paul Nicholson and first Matthew Edgar.
100 average kicked off the day for Adam Smith-Neal. He'll be hoping to keep that win record at 100%. Third time we've seen him today. He's playing some good stuff. Up against the group favourite, Conor Heneghan. This is your first and second favourite according to the bookies before the start of play. 13-8 for the group. Conor Heneghan and favourite for the week. 9-4 for the group for Adam Smith-Neal. Second favourite. So this is what the bookies are expecting to see at the end of the week. We'll see who gets the early bragging rights. They're going to play each other 3 times. Conor Heneghan last time out lost 4-3 to Andy Hamilton. Most likely player to hit 180. He's already hit 4 today. So 2 in his last game against Hamilton and 2 in his game against Kevin Painter. Expect this to be a high-scoring affair. One that will definitely come down to moments.
100%. And that's exactly what they want in one of the columns.
Okay, first look, it's Adam
As long as they get 4 shots at a double.
Game on.
Well, this has got the potential to be the best game of the day, if not the best game of the group. And I think they will, on some level, know that this is a potential 4-pointer.
Especially when you take a look at the table and you see that Conor lost that game last time out against Andy Hamilton. Adam Smith-Neal's got a chance here to get a 4-point gap at this early phase. But also legs. The double legs, because every plus that the winner gets, the loser takes a -4.
177.
I say legs because I've seen it in groups so many times. I myself got burnt on the leg difference just a couple of weeks ago.
100.
Like an extra point if you can get some good early wins by good score lines.
Yeah, it was Matt Dennant that
60.
took you out, wasn't it? Because his leg difference was superior at the time. And it was weird, that group. Because in Group C on that Friday,
140.
you were first in the group and ended up third
64.
because Matt Dennant hurdled you because of his superior leg difference in winning his last match. It was a situation I've never seen before
86.
in the last couple of years.
When you say we're sat here going if, that day it needed 5 things
41.
to go wrong
Requires
for me not
78.
to have qualified, and all 5 happened. That's why we sit here going if this or if that.
I sympathise.
Game shot in the first
But
leg.
no sympathy from Adam Smith-Neal.
Smith-Neal.
That's a hot start in 15 darts from him. And he's just doing this all day long.
Second leg,
The
it's Conor
comfort
to
levels of
reverse.
Adam on this stage here, under these lights, it's just another day at the office for him.
45.
But I sympathise because of what happened with you and Matthew Dennant, because that exact type of thing happened to me when I lost my tour card.
100.
I think in total, it was 8 things that needed to go wrong, and all of them happened. And I ended up losing my tour card by about £500, something like that.
And if I remember right, on the 8th thing that needed to happen, wasn't you commentating on that as well?
Yeah, Luke Humphries was playing against Dimitri
134.
Vandenberg, and I needed Dimitri to win. If he had, I would have retained my tour status. Luke Humphries won the match, and I was
60.
commentating for the radio at the time, and I called in that win for Luke. And it was one of the hardest things I've had to do in my media career. But
97.
the professional that I am and the professionalism that I owed Luke, I needed to call that straight down for him, and that's exactly what I did. And look what he's gone on to do since then.
Adam, you record 170.
Never really know what's coming with the player. When they've got the talent, you never know when it's really going to
57.
peak. I remember an expression about popcorn that they say you put it all in and the same oil at the same heat, but it all pops at different times.
That's such a good analogy.
140.
You just wonder when Adam Smith-Neal's going to pop. If he has already, that would be a bit of a shame. He almost popped again here for a 113. Conor, somewhat fortunate to get this look at the 56.
Game on the second leg.
It may have been
Conor
fortunate,
Heneghan.
but he takes it out in 2 darts. Holds his throw. But at the moment, I feel this story is more Adam Smith-Neal at the moment. The game seems to be played at his pace.
180.
It's an effortless throw, isn't it? For someone who has got quite a muscly build. He's always
100.
been this way since he was around 18, 19. He was tiny. He was really skinny. Then all of a sudden he decided to start training properly. He went the Gerwin Price route by trying to turn himself into an upside-down triangle. But he throws those darts
140.
with an effortless technique. Just a little flick through the air. Doesn't even fully extend the arm.
100.
And this is what he's doing right now. 81 after 9. Not for the first time today.
180. Adam, you require 81.
This is quality. Both players 81 after 9.
56. Conor, you require 81.
Over to you, Conor Heneghan. Can you see the 81? Gonna go same route to the 12s. The bull.
56. Adam, you
I love it
require
when the flight
25.
covers it. Is it in? We have to wait. Is this in?
21.
It is not.
Conor, you require
Reprieve
25.
for the young man nicknamed Hino. That's a miss.
No
So
score.
is that.
Adam, you require 4.
I think Adam will be surprised that it's gone this way, but it's double 1.
No score.
Nothing really
Conor, you require
you
25.
can get wrong on double 1. It's in or it's not. That's better.
Game
And
shot
that's
the third
better as
leg.
well from Conor Heneghan. 25 to finish. But the most important thing about that was the breaker throw. And the breaker
Well,
throw he probably
Conor to
wasn't
throw
expecting when he
first.
made a mess of that shot the last time with the 2 big single 12s. But recovers the situation really well.
130.
Without a shadow of a doubt for me. I don't know about you, Matt, but that was the weirdest leg of the day. 81 after 9. And it was taken in 17
59.
darts. And Adam Smith-Neal missed double 1. Just goes to show, even though you can boss a scoring phase, it doesn't mean that you're going to take out a 12 darter or a 2 dart check out like an 81. It could come down to those key moments that you've already mentioned. Things like trying to hit double 1.
Tend to find dart players fall into that trap of believing their opponent's going to hit everything and then get nervous about their own shots, like their own shots are in question. It's an easy trap to fall into. A hard trap to climb out of.
That's the way you climb out of this spot. But
21,
even with that
47.
maximum, Smith-Neal's second of the match. He's in trouble of being 3-1 down.
95.
Big trouble of being 3-1 down. Conor Heneghan sets himself up on a 2-darter.
90. Conor, you require 52.
Gets to take his pick. Picks tops.
12.
This would be some save.
31.
Watch out. I applaud the effort.
71.
Just imagine if he'd got that
Only
first
require
tops,
40.
because his ability to put the darts together is world class.
Game shot
And
the
Henahan
full flag.
is
Conor
fortunate
Heneghan.
that he's got this 3-1 lead now, but he is taking that fortune and running. If he finds a win, we'll have
It's Adam
4
to throw
points
first.
for 3 players and 2 points for the other 3. The group could not be tighter if we tried.
100.
Good averages from both when we talk about that leg 3, where we had that bus
48.
25, where Conor didn't even give himself a dart, the double, and Adam Smith-Neal getting stuck and missing out on the double 1. Both players around the 90 mark.
140.
Adam Smith-Neal just boosting us up to the 94. That is quality darts.
125.
If Conor does have a weakness, it's that sometimes the timing of his throw is a bit off.
55.
If he lets that dart go just the tiniest bit too late, he tries to rescue it with his body. You can see it jerk at the end there. And that right shoulder goes forward.
58.
And that right elbow is hyperextended to the max. Whereas this guy, look at the right arm, not fully extended, an effortless
44.
throw. There's more than one way to deliver a dart. But the fundamentals have got to be right.
140.
That last dart was a great example of that, because the shoulder wasn't involved. It was delivered a little bit early.
That's a nice lead, the 130. He only needs 1 treble.
130.
Get a poke at the ball. If he gets to 2, it's double 5. That's a nice lie. Uses it well.
Game
I said
shot
that's a
of the
nice finish.
match.
Dart players love
Conor
the
Heneghan.
130. It's straight down the vertical line. That first dart, lovely. Sat just above the treble 20 and finds it with the second dart. 130 finished there for Conor Heneghan for the match, but most importantly, it is a 4-1 win, getting his second win of the day, giving Adam Smith-Neal his first defeat of the day. We'll next see Conor Heneghan in a couple of games' time against Steve Brown.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a way to finish the game that was from Conor Heneghan. A 1:30 checkout to seal a 4-1 victory against Adam Smith-Neal. Let's have a look then at the statistics from that previous match. And not just that, an average above the 90s, 92.30, one maximum in there, but 4 from 7 on those doubles. Both players having 7 darts at double in the match. Adam Smith-Neal could only convert one of them. That was off the back of a 78 finish. He hit 2 maximums in the game, but it was scores for show, doubles for dough in that one as Conor Heneghan got the 4-1 victory there. That means now there's a 3-way tie at the top of the group. 3 players all on 4 points, and Henahan joins Steve Brown and Adam Smith-Neal, who prior to that game was previously unbeaten during his Monday session here at the Super Series. So then we move on to game 10, and following the conclusion of this match, we'll be 2/3 through our day here at the Super Series. It's Kevin Painter, the artist, up against Moreno Blom from the Netherlands. Let's hand back to our commentary team. It's Matthew Edgar, and first, Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Henry. Time for the end of round 3 then. And this group could not be tighter. 3 people on 4 points, 3 people on 2. These are both on 2. So, at the conclusion of this 10th match, we could find Painter really starting to resurrect his chances. He didn't get the ideal start, but the thing for him is that everything is bunched up and he could join the party. Blom on 2 points has got the same sort of scenario, but his leg difference is worse than anybody's,
Moreno to throw
thanks
first.
to losing 4 legs to
Game
0
on.
in round 3. I just sense that maybe he's starting to flag
36.
Matthew Edgar, whereas Painter's starting to swim.
That is exactly what I was thinking as well. I'm looking at this, how the day's gone so far. Kevin Painter is getting
134.
better as the day has gone on. Performances are getting stronger. Confirmed that last time with that 4-1
55.
victory over Andy Hamilton. 4 180s in that match. And a near 98 average, where Moreno is just going completely the opposite way. He started the day really well.
100.
Had that 4-3 victory over Andy Hamilton, nearly a 92 average. Dropped to an 84 in defeat to Adam
47.
Smith-Neal. Then barely broke a 60 in 4-0 defeat to Steve Brown. So you sort of feel the first leg or 2 of this
81.
match is really going to set the tone. And if Moreno doesn't find stuff quick, could soon start going down that slippery slope. We've already seen him trying to
96.
rectify the situation with stopping and pausing in the middle. So he's well aware he is off the pace.
And Kevin will be very much aware that Moreno did struggle in his previous match. He can't assume that that will continue. But what he must continue is
129.
the intensity he had against Andy Hamilton a couple of matches ago. That was not long ago. That was maybe
81.
15 minutes ago.
Kevin, you've required 57.
Not the biggest of breaks. To continue what he was doing about 15 minutes ago. He's down on double 19.
33.
Now he's on double 12. There's not 1% of Kevin's brain thought he was going to be on double 12 right now.
82. Kevin, you've required
Especially when
24.
you left tops. Is it a break opportunity? 3 darts in hand, 2 left. Takes it with the second dart. That's a
Kevin
17
Painter.
dart breaker throw for Kevin Painter. And it's interesting you said that he needs to keep that intensity up.
Kevin to throw first.
That is one thing we
Game
can
on.
never accuse Kevin Painter of losing. I've mentioned already today my association with Kevin over a long period of time, and I've seen him prepare for different
41.
levels of players. The one thing he always does is thoroughly respect his opponent and the capabilities that they may have.
44.
How many times can you remember somebody winning a leg by hitting 3 doubles? Very, very rarely in my book.
137.
But to almost paint the picture of somebody who plays with intensity
59.
and forgets about what has happened before and just gets on with things. Kevin will not be thinking about that right now. That was a weird first leg.
140.
But he's just getting on with it. He has a target in this game. And that target is 4-0.
60.
Absolutely. When you look at the defeats he's had, they're only 4-3. When you lose, you don't want to be losing legs. We've just seen that with Adam Smith-Neal, who
133.
plummeted down the table with a large defeat.
Yeah, well said, Matt, because at the start of that previous match, Smith-Neal was top. He's now third,
Kevin, you're required 50.
with Brown and Henahan ahead of him by 2 legs. Painter, double 16. That's a nice guide.
18.
A little bit of a gasp, a somewhat silent gasp. You can get away with a little bit of volume in this room,
81.
but not much.
Kevin, you require 32.
Another good guide. How many do you need, Kev?
No
Oh,
score.
look at that. 3 magnetized to each other. If this goes, get out of Kevin's way. And again, he's gone for the 17s on 136.
24. Kevin, you require 32.
See the surprise on Kevin, right on the wire.
Game show on the
So
second
he's throwing
leg.
good darts. It just wasn't
Kevin
going in. And then
Painter.
eventually it does go in. It's a 20-dart leg. To hold a throw.
So look, it's
But you
Moreno to
mentioned
throw
about
first.
that
Game
gasp
on.
and that little bit of noise. That is a big difference that we have between the Saturday. The Saturday gives us that live audience, that
51.
instant feedback. Kevin Painter's the sort of player that you think would probably thrive in this environment in here. I was in here on Saturday night myself, and you've got to come down and
140.
experience it, because it's a completely different experience to any other sort of darting venue I've been before played on the stage. And
98.
tickets are completely free. You can register your interest for those online at
Dartshop.tv.
That's the one. I was looking for it.
70.
I thought you were laying that one up for me there, Matt. There you can see the doubles attempts. 2 successful hits out of 11 for Kevin.
93.
Seems to be going his way so far. But he's just got to stay there. And every now and again, when he hits that first dart in the 60,
131.
he just says, yep, it's an affirmation of doing something right. And that's a strong
37.
thing to
Kevin, you
do.
require 160.
I don't think enough people give him credit for the amount of mental training he's done in his career. He does have his fragilities like most players,
100.
but he's worked a lot on trying to stay positive.
You should always go
41.
see a sports
Kevin, you
psychologist
require 60.
in preparation for the World Championship as well. So heavily invested in himself, which is something you've got to do.
Game shot in the third leg.
Good dart
Kevin
there for Kevin
Painter.
Painter. Comes around that dart. Could have been a bit awkward actually there, because he had one down sticking up and the one at the top. He had to try and find a way between the two, and he does.
First. Game on.
Moreno trying to engage with Kevin right there. Good luck with that. I think we're starting to see the difference between a greenhorn and an experienced pro.
100.
You're not going to get a smile from Kevin Painter, whether he's 3-0 down or 3-0 up.
81.
Starting to move like a Kevin Painter who's on form. So he's got that little
100.
slide.
That's why he wears those shoes, so he can slide. You look at the shoes that Moreno's wearing right
7.
now. Very popular amongst dart players right now to wear a trainer shoe, which is a bit more comfortable, and it's got a rubberized bottom so that your feet don't
100.
move. Whereas Kevin likes to have that freedom to slide the bottom of his shoes across the carpet. And he is not far away from another big victory. Is that a change of
81.
technique there from Moreno Blom?
Yeah, definitely. He's hunting for something, isn't he?
60.
I'd call that desperation.
He's got to be
41.
really careful doing that,
Kevin, you
because
141.
he could lose his technique. He could lose his game doing that. You've got to stick to what you do best, and that's exactly what Kevin's doing. All is good in the world. As he leaves
89.
52. And if he does get to 4 points with a 4-0 scoreline, get this, he'd be
41.
top of the table
Required,
after losing
52.
his first 2 games of the day.
Tops. The double of choice. 10s.
42.
That was to put him top, but he will be back. Moreno a long way back. Struggling.
38. Kevin, you required 10.
Double 5.
Go.
And Painter's just too good. That was a very efficient performance. It wasn't his best performance by any means, but if you'd have offered him a 4-0 victory at the start, he would have had your hand off. He's now, believe it or not, top of the table, albeit with the other chasing pack players with a game in hand.
It can change things dramatically. It was a victory over Moreno Blom last time out. Paul Nicholson is with me up on the balcony, and we mentioned in the break, even if you lose a couple of games, you're always still in it, aren't you?
This is the complexity of Group A, isn't it? Because if you do get that dodgy start, which Kevin had this morning, you've got to lose tight. And he did lose tight by 4 legs to 3 a couple of times. But now that he's got 2 sizable victories, he's very much in the frame now. He's used his 4th game of the day to its full potential. It's now up to the others to do the same.
Indeed, and we look at the league table now, 4 players all locked on 4 points, and you just get the sense before the day started that this was a table that was going to go the whole way. Of course, there's still a long way to go. We're not even a third of the way through the action yet, but you're beginning to see the pattern of players picking points up off of each other.
You're starting to see the hot prospects from earlier on losing points, like Adam Smith-Neal in his previous match. That came, you would say, maybe against the run of play, but the complexity of 15 matches in 3 days, it's like a game of 3 halves. That's what I like to say. I know it doesn't make sense from a mathematical standpoint, but you've just got to take it as it comes. I think the complexity of 3 days and obviously 5 matches each day, you're going to get little swales here, there and everywhere, and that's making for a very exciting day already.
Indeed, peaks and troughs everywhere we go. Next up for us is Conor Heneghan against Steve Brown. Paul's going to race his way down to the commentary box to join Matthew Edgar.
Fourth opportunity of the week so far to cast an eye over Conor Heneghan and Steve Brown. Both players won 2, both players lost 1. But the standout is when we look at the performance. The performance of Conor Heneghan at the moment, probably the best of the day. With that good victory over Adam Smith-Neal, 92 the average. His only defeat came to Andy Hamilton. Andy Hamilton, 97.28. Conor Heneghan, 95.47.
He feels like
He
it's
also
Conor
beat
to
Kevin
throw
Painter in the
first.
opening game. He went
Game
3-0 up
on.
in that, raced into the lead, and Kevin Painter brought him back. And then he managed to hold his throw in a deciding leg when Kevin Painter was asking him all the questions.
70.
Steve Brown sat nice in the league at the moment with that +3 leg difference. Part of that comes from that last result, the 4-0 over Moreno Blom, where Steve didn't even have to face a single dart against him to lose any of those legs. The interesting battles or stories I'm interested to see in here is that 180 column. Steve Brown yet to hit
60.
one all day so far.
Didn't Conor Heneghan hit his first one in his very first visit?
It didn't take him long, and instantly backed up the statistics that said he's the most likely player to hit a 180. Another interesting bit of stat crunching and number crunching that I've come up with here is, well, there's your first 180, and of course it goes to Conor Heneghan. Is Steve Brown his best run of wins in this format is 2.
That doesn't make for good reading, but that makes for good looking for Conor Heneghan. That's a really strong start. 14 darts.
Second, I get Steve.
And we've got to come back to that stat. That is vastly interesting.
It is when you look at it and see he's already won his last 2 games, so he's matched that best stat. His win over Kevin Painter and Moreno Blom. So if he can actually beat Conor Heneghan, hat-trick of wins would be the best that he's ever achieved here. He doesn't have a great record in this format. Before play started today, he'd played 48 matches, winning just 15. For anyone who's interested in percentages, that's 31.25.
And I was talking earlier about where you want to be if you played here a fair few times.
60.
If you're around 60% or better, you are in the elite. There's a lot of players between 50 and 55%, but if you're under 50%, no matter whether you're on 49.99% or well below that, which Steve is, the majority of players in that bracket are not making Saturday nights.
100.
One thing will be interesting to see how Steve Brown goes over the week. We've mentioned already that he's a player that's pretty much sacrificed his career to help everybody else's.
58.
And we wonder how much time he gets to put into the preparation of coming into this. And by the time we get to Thursday, Friday, and he's had a couple of days of proper play and proper games, do we see a more consistent version of Steve Brown?
I guess this week will tell us a very apt story.
48.
This would be a bit of a cruncher. Another one of those. Oh, there it is. Tops.
108.
That was a sensational effort. Big dart.
Big
hit from Steve Brown.
Steve Brown.
And when he's up on that stage, knowing him as I do, he is just dying to give it a bit of a celebration. He is a big stage guy. But coming back to your point about Steve Brown, let's talk about
97.
the amount of time that he will have to prepare. It won't be much. But if I were in his shoes and looking at the amount of emails
100.
he gets a day, maybe playing is an escape. It's a way of getting away from the bureaucracy of the things he does. And I'm sure he's involved in the politics of the game as well. But maybe playing is a way of getting away from that and just being on his own
120.
against one opponent for 20 minutes at a time. In 2018, I was doing a lot of media work and playing
44.
full-time on the circuit. I was never busier in my playing career. When I was doing media, it was an escape from playing. When I was playing, it was an escape from the media. I wouldn't be
60.
surprised if Steve's doing something very similar.
And I can really appreciate that. One of the hardest times for me mentally was when I went full-time with the darts. And when you wake up in the morning,
83.
the only thing you've got on your mind is darts. Doesn't work for everybody. Wake up, oh, I've got to have a practice today. It turns I've got to do this. I've got to do that. Steve had to do that and did.
180.
180 for Steve Brown. His first of the match. And perfectly timed to leave himself on a 2-darter after just 12 darts.
60. Steve, you
Just to
require
reinforce
41.
your point, Matt, first of the day. Double 16. Did this earlier.
Game
And
shot
it
the third
worked.
leg. Steve Brown.
2-1 up on Henahan. And is this group turning into a bit of a catalyst for Steve Brown? Now, he
Well,
has won a
Steve to
PDC
throw
title
first.
before and has made other finals. If you think he was just someone who turned up to the tour and
100.
took a few quid, you'd be wrong. He had a hot spell. He was very, very difficult to beat. I don't know whether you've played him when he was in that spell, Matt, but
134.
he had a presence. He had a somewhat Kevin Painter style walk back from the board as if to say, it doesn't matter what I hit. I still feel good.
So ironic you said that, because I did have that, and then I had that when we was going through all that sort
57.
of behind closed doors sort of times, and Steve Brown was really struggling with that, and I played him in an event
140.
in Germany, and we ended up being in a minibus on the way back together, and we had a little bit of a chat about that game, and I said exactly that. I said the problem is you've
85.
always
Steve,
got
you're
that swagger and that
161.
confidence and that aura about you that you feel good. And he goes, it's interesting you say that. He goes, because I don't feel good.
41.
And I remember the next time I saw him, he's like, I got home and I spoke to my missus about that and what you said. And he almost took quite a lot from that.
58. Steve, you require 120.
It's interesting that sometimes you just don't know what's going on. What you think you see isn't always what you're seeing.
Absolutely.
55.
Peel the
You
onion.
require 167.
Find out what's under there. Steve's on the cusp of a 3-1 lead.
58. Steve, you require 65.
He'd love a 25. Ah, the treble 11 route. Still leaves tops.
45. Conor, you require
I
109.
wonder what's going to happen next.
Going to need a treble. Still needs to find one. Switches for the 19s. Offers Steve Brown the
93.
opportunity for the
Steve, you've got
3-1 lead.
120.
This will be a holder throw for Steve Brown.
Get the angle right, and this could be an excellent guide. Just throw it harder. Throw it higher.
10.
Wow, they weren't badly thrown.
Conor, you require 60.
They just didn't register, and they could be really costly.
So throw it higher. A little bit too high there, coming over the top.
Game
Gives
shot
Conor
the
Heneghan the
fourth
chance
leg.
on the
Conor
double
Heneghan.
8. And Conor Heneghan gets that breaker throw back. Back at a level game, 2-2. Advantage Conor
I think it's
Heneghan
Conor to throw
purely
first.
on that being able to throw first. But Steve Brown, you'd think, will carve himself another opportunity if he carries on playing like he is.
100.
Much improved performance here from Steve Brown. And just going back to what we were talking about at the start of that last leg, where we say about the layers and the different
58.
things that come beneath those players. And I remember during home darts, and the PDC sent out a camera
59.
to film, and they sent it to the house of Steve Brown, and they was filming like what it's like for the players at home. And I remember he had a punch bag.
I
next to the
remember
dart.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when he had a bad shot, he would punch the boxing dummy. Poor dummy got a bit of a clobbering.
120.
Not the kind of thing you want to do with your dart hand. Yeah, but that was a really interesting segment the PDC did, actually.
Couldn't have gone better with anybody else, you know, because everyone's got their own little quirks, but I just found that really interesting, and it just shows that he likes something when the frustration's kicking in. There'll be, and I wonder if
25.
it's as simple as that chewing gum. Is that his little release?
Do you know what mine was when we played darts from home?
180.
As we get Steve's second maximum of this match and the day. After a bad shot, I would sit against the windowsill. And that was it, just for a few seconds. Just take the weight off my legs.
105.
And then just move on. That leaves 96, and that almost finds the 60.
49.
And it's 96 for Henahan for a very unlikely lead. He should have been 3-1 down.
We'll need a treble. Or we could go for the double-double. Did go for the double-double using the 19s.
Steve, you require 56.
56 for Steve. Tops. Regain the breaker throw.
Game shot in the 5th.
Steve Brown converts the 56 on the double 10. Gets the breaker throw back. But this time, he will be throwing first for the match.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
This is one of those matches that Steve doesn't want to lose from here. He's been in control of it most of the time.
96.
It's just about putting Conor away now. And I suppose there are going to be some people watching today, Matt, who are thinking, where are the wrestling jokes coming from? Because you are a former wrestler. Keen wrestling fan, as am I. All Steve needs is the finishing maneuver.
46.
Took us a while to slip that one in, really, hasn't it?
It was only a matter of time.
60.
I suppose you could call Conor the young Sheamus. Or is Steve just Bomber Brown? Remember him from Oviedo Impet? He was a wrestler. Bomber was a wrestler.
100.
I'm definitely showing my age now.
Said before that last leg,
95.
Steve carried on the way he was going. He was always going to carve himself another opportunity, and he has done that. Got the breaker throw in the last one. Got another opportunity here just to set this one out. Even being 200 points away, you feel Conor's going to have to find a couple of trebles. And it's
96.
Major opportunity for Steve Brown.
Seems to have lost his consistency a bit, Conor, in this match.
60.
He will finish his campaign by starting round 5 against Moreno Blom. But this is what's been missing.
140.
First chance to win it for Steve Brown. It's a big ask. And it's too much of an ask at this occasion, but throw this high.
100.
That's a world-class single.
52.
Conor gets to choose which single he does. He goes for the 12 to leave tops.
42.
Steve Brown couldn't look.
Steve, you
It was a long way off for Conor.
Well, there was a continent between the double 10 and that dart. He'd probably admit that that was the worst dart he's thrown today. Brown for the win. For the top of the table. On points. Hates this one. Gonna have to go top bins.
20.
Oh, and it flicked the flight.
Conor, you require 10.
More importantly now, 3 darts in hand for Conor
Game
to
shot
break
flag.
the throw.
Conor Heneghan.
We go all the way in this one. It is 3-3, but that breaker throw means Conor Heneghan will be throwing first.
7th and final leg. It's
The
Conor
situation he was in his first game against Kevin Painter. 3-all, throwing first and served it out well.
Brown could have been on 6 points and a leg difference of +5, the same as Painter. But now he's against the throw with a Conor starting with a max. They've both got 2 maxes in this game now. And he's not missing all of a sudden. Adrenaline's pumping. Adrenaline is working and assisting.
about 2 minutes ago, we was looking at Steve Brown, comfortable. They're wrapping it up.
180.
Amazing darts from Steve Brown. Gets his third 180 of the game and the day, but Conor Heneghan, 180, 140.
61.
Offers no opportunity for Steve Brown.
I didn't check the odds for most 180s for Steve Brown before this one started, but
99.
based on the stats you were delivering earlier, Matt,
120.
it must have been quite high. 120 for the win. And no matter what happens from here, Brown has won the 180 battle by 3-2. But he may lose the grand battle. Henahan on double 10 after 12. It's a world-class leg from him to steal 2 points.
Both players leaving double after 12. Quality final leg shootout.
50.
And he returns the favour.
Steve requires
Steve
40.
Brown missing match darts to win it 4-2. Can he wrap it up? Leg 7. Composes himself.
He's already missed 5 match darts.
Game
But he doesn't
shot
miss a
and
sixth.
match.
You can see what it means to
Steve
him.
Brown.
There was a mix of, I'm so glad I won, and I'm so glad I didn't lose there, because that one could have slipped away. The doubles percentages weren't of a world-class nature, but that was a really good grind. 4-3 to Brown in the end.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where you may have already seen a crucial moment here in Group A as Conor Heneghan missed match darts to move himself onto 6 points. Steve Brown duly obliged, and it is him who is the first player to hit that mark. Let's have a look then at the statistics from that game. And as you can see, 4 from 17 on the doubles for Steve Brown, 3 from 9 for Henahan. But have a look at the 180s department as well. 3 180s for Steve Brown compared to Conor Henahan's 2, with end averages of 82.18 for our Victor Brown and 85.18 5.17 for Henahan. But importantly as well, though, is if you're going to lose, make sure you lose by a tight margin. That's what Conor Heneghan has done in that one. So let's move on then with our day. Andy Hamilton takes on Adam Smith-Neal in our next match. Smith-Neal can join Brown on 6 points with victory in that one. Hamilton can move on to 4 points if he wins this one. And if you're ticking off commentary bingo, you can get rid of wrestling off the list. Let's see what's next when we join Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Henry. It may not be the only wrestling pun, but if you have got your commentary bingo card at the ready, pens up, because it's time for Hamilton versus Adam Smith-Neal. It should be an interesting one. They haven't played each other for about 3 years in a big competitive match. But the last time they played in something really sizable, it was Andy Hamilton that won by 5 legs to 0 back in 2019 at the BDO World Trophy. That was in the last 32 stage, but we are guaranteed to see these two play each other at least 3 times this week, and this game Matthew Edgar will bring to a close round number 4 of the day.
That's when the league table starts to take a little bit of shape. That last stat you said there, 5-0 the last time they played, that's a bit of a stunner.
Last thing you want to do today is be left on rock bottom.
Game on.
How's that for you, Henry?
He started it. Who's going to finish this one then? Hamilton, who has had a very up and down day. 4-3 win against Conor Heneghan was a great performance, but was pegged
140.
back a little bit earlier. Just looking to get back on the horse now. It's a really interesting table.
60.
Hamilton on 2 points with Moreno Blom right now, but has a better leg difference than the young Dutchman. But with 3 players on 4 points, Smith-Neal being one of them, we could have a log jam on 4 points behind Steve Brown going into the last round of matches today. If you'd have said to me this morning, Matt, that Steve Brown would be top of the table on points after 4 rounds, based on what I've seen from him in this so far over the last year, I'm not sure I would have predicted that.
Well, that win for Steve Brown actually gave him his best ever run of wins here.
85.
He's only ever had back-to-back wins. That's the first trio he's ever been able to put together.
If he wins another 13 in a row, we get our first maximum of the match from ASN. If he wins another 13 in a row, he will equal the record for the best streak, which is held by Jim McEwen. That was actually done in early August, in the week that I mentioned where he won 14 of his 15 matches in this group.
And a miracle 121.
But he won 2 from the end of the previous visit, so 16 is the best win streak.
Almost Undertaker-esque.
65. And he require 140.
Yeah, it was Josh Payne being the darting Brock Lesnar by snapping the streak at 16. Can't get anything for a 140 finish from a treble 1, but he won't give up. He will hope that Smith-Neal stutters.
82.
Adam looking to be a sharp shooter
56.
with his 56. 16 for tops. And I promise you that's the last one, because we're scraping the barrel.
I'm not promising anything. Tops.
Games on the
Beautifully
first
done
leg.
by Adam Smith-Neal.
Smith-Neal.
That's a 14 darter, not his first of the day. It could be a case of him finding what he did a little bit earlier on in the campaign. He started so brightly, but everybody seems to have overtaken him in the middle portion of the day. But the good thing for him is that he has this game in hand, and he has Painter in his last game. So he can stop Painter as well as going forward himself. He could still finish top by the end of the day.
Doesn't have a very good record against Kevin Painter, which we'll tell you about when them two play each other in a game's time. Interestingly for me, when we think about it, one of the things that we were speaking about a lot about Adam Smith-Neal was how brash he was when he came in here today. All gone a little bit quiet. Can't hear his voice as much, which no one ever complained about.
100.
I remember I once gave Adam a lift to Crawley. I'd picked up Dave Chisnell in Wigan, because I was living in Preston at the time, and somebody asked me, can you pick Adam Smith-Neal up on the way? I said, yeah, I'll get him from Crawley Services on the M6. So he made his way there. We were coming back from Crawley after I'd won a tournament and made the final of the other one. I'd had a brilliant weekend. And I was taking him home, and I said, I'll drop you off at Crawley Services again. He said, oh, can you just drop me off around the corner? I said, yeah, no problem. Yeah, he was only 45 minutes away. So it was an hour and a half round trip to drop him off near where he lives.
64.
Yes, Adam, I
And
never
you
forgot
require
that.
81.
It sounds like you haven't forgiven him for it either.
Oh, I've got a sponge-like memory. Now, double 12. Big time double 6.
Game shot.
That's a big time leg from Hamilton. That 12 darter really does send a statement to Smith-Neal as if to say, you can do what you want, but I'm going to stick around as much as I can.
To throw first. Game on.
Interesting that story you said there about Adam Smith-Neal. I expected it to go a different way. Most people who say they picked Adam Smith-Neal up, the story ends with, then I bought him a train ticket for the way home.
I didn't pick him up again, though.
100.
That was the only time.
There's a couple of people you don't want to be stuck in a vehicle with for a long time. Adam Smith-Neal's one. Richard North is another. And I had the,
100.
should we call it the pleasure of being in the back of a minibus going across Europe for over 3 hours with Richard North.
In which minute did you instantly regret it?
The second.
66.
Minute 2. That's pretty good patience, actually. Stories from the tour will continue after this short break.
96.
Good stuff from Adam Smith-Neal, though. 105 average at this early stage. Hamilton staying with him. There you see it. 3 maximums already as well. Good contest. This is what we'd expect from the players at this point of the day.
100.
They've still got plenty of gas in the tank. As expensive as it is. Oh, it's beautiful.
162.
A 162 to leave a 143. And we talk about these massive conversions in 6 darts. And we have to go all the way back to week 1 of 2021, where we saw 2 records set.
140.
One, the individual average record for a match by Jason Askew, still in excess of 118. Nobody's beaten it yet. But only once
87.
can I remember anybody getting a 350 in 6 darts. It was Andy Jenkins against Fallon Sherrick, and it hasn't happened since.
This is for a hold of throw.
Game
And
shot
the
the
2-1
third
lead. Andy Hamilton
Andy
sees
Hamilton.
it out in 15 darts. Adam Smith-Neal's catching the eye with that 108 average, but Andy Hamilton,
to throw first.
103. Very good. Good quality affair. Adam Smith-Neal's been up at this level a few times. He had 109 against Josh Payne, 108 against Carl Wilkinson, 106 against Chris Gilliland. And he's going to need to keep it there if he's going to have any chance against Andy Hamilton. Andy Hamilton playing his best starts of the day here so far, and also has that key advantage of throw.
The one record that nobody wants, really, is to have the highest losing average in a match. That currently sits with Brian Roman, our friend the Noodle from Belgium. 109.03. Kevin Painter actually
51.
inflicted a defeat on Martin Adams in the early portion of 2022, where Martin averaged 108.7. I remember that game vividly. It was
58.
extraordinary. Now, Smith-Neal's average is starting to tumble. Hamilton will be hoping that his score tumbles here. He's only a dart behind.
Sometimes when you're playing as well as Adam was running at that 180 and you find yourself 2-1 down, you fall in the trap of feeling like you need to do more.
140.
When actually a sustaining of that class that he was showing would have been more than enough. And you end up trying to hunt for more.
140.
Tons and a 140 sometimes doesn't feel like you're doing enough. You feel like you need to do more when in fact it's more than enough. You just need to keep posting it and wait for your opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely, Matt. I couldn't agree with you more.
64.
Wear your opponent down. It's difficult to be in that mindset in a somewhat cutthroat format like best of 7 legs. But you just have to be a little bit
58.
patient. Just stay on that train. Do not jump off. Do not panic. Again, Hamilton just a dart behind in the worst leg of the match so far, but this could be the most profitable visit if he can find something sizable. Get to 64, he's thinking. And he does get there.
140. Adam, you require 144.
2 trebles to the double. He offers an opportunity here for Andy Hamilton to come back at the 64.
And he requires
For
64.
a breaker throw. For a 3-1 lead. Be 1 away from the match.
One shot.
32.
He just sensed
Adam, you require
that he
44.
might have needed an extra one. Up to that point, he was 50% on his doubles. Double top. And Smith-Neal is perfect on the outer ring so far. That's why he's able to bring it back level after 4 legs. 96.78 the average for Adam Smith-Neal, 95.7 for Hamilton. It's another really good tussle.
That's an incredible stat there on the board at the moment. 6 140 pluses for Andy Hamilton so far in the 4 legs. Just shows the scoring power, especially when he's got a 180 in there as well.
59.
No tons.
It's just a issue with the graphic. Andy's got 2 tons on the board. Adam Smith-Neal got 3.
I'm glad you brought that to my attention. I was going to say that couldn't be true.
121.
I did see that once in a Dave Chisnell match where everything was 140 plus. Scary.
134.
What do you think of the idea that if we play on Halloween, they've all got to come in fancy dress? You like that idea?
I'm 100% all for that.
What would you come as?
I would come as...
135.
That's a good question.
You're not allowed to say a wrestler. You have to come as Prakash Jiwa, one of your friends from the rugby area.
I'd like...
78.
One thing I'd like to do is I'd like to be able to pick my opponent's fancy dress. Because I think I could come up with so many good ideas, like Krusty the Clown. They'd be much further away from the board.
That's true. Sideshow Bob was the same. He had very big shoes.
28.
Big shoes to fill so far today because Browner is the top of the table and he's the one with the shiniest loafers.
Another one for my opponent would be a full coat of armour.
And he requires
yeah, that would be difficult to throw in. I think you'd be hoping for a 60 average if you're throwing in a coat of armour, that's for sure. 4 18s in bull for Hamilton. He'd probably come as Thor. Nicknamed the Hammer, of course. Bullseye.
97. And he requires 145.
They need to find 2 trebles. Andy Hamilton comes back at 25. 25 always an intriguing 65. Shot. Take your pick. 4 popular routes for this one.
Nice.
Game shot
even nicer.
Andy Hamilton.
He really has just stuck to his task, hasn't he? We mentioned the ability to grind your opponent down. That's exactly what Andy's trying to do with a 94 average.
Adam to throw first.
What do you think Adam Smith-Neal would come as? Nicknamed the big dog because not to use darting puns too much, but I think he should come as Per Larsen, one of the greatest Danish dart players of all time, because he's a great Dane.
Oh.
81.
It's okay, Chris Murphy's coming tomorrow. He will have worse puns than that. But look at this. Lipstick aplenty
180.
for a third maximum of the match.
I was just trying to work out the last two positions that I need to fill for my opponents. I'm going to go 1. He's going to have to wear a sweatsuit. Oh, this is fantastic.
180.
Second 180 for Andy Hamilton of the game. The 5th of the match in just the 6th leg. Quality affair.
100.
You do get the feeling that this one is going the distance. And don't forget, you can get in touch with us. Our social media feeds on Instagram, Facebook and Twitter at MSS Darts. Got any questions or any feedback, please get in touch with us. We'd love to hear from you. Both myself and Matt are on Twitter as well. We're pretty easy to find. Andy's hoping that 100 is easy to find because that would give him 2 points. And it would give him 4 in the table.
100.
For the match. Choices. Chooses tops, and that is lied. Lovely. You can see Adam Smith-Neal's face, the eyebrows raised.
Adam, requires
he was
64.
expecting that.
I was expecting that to go as well. 1 dart at tops.
Game.
Oh, it's sensational.
Adam Smith-Neal.
He has not missed a double all game. Great contest, and you can see from the facial expressions of both players that they understand that this has been an excellent game.
Andy to throw first. Game on.
That it has. Andy Hamilton, 97.62. 2 187. 140 pluses. Adam Smith-Neal, 95.22. 3 180s.
80.
You've probably heard the darting phrase, I had him on toast. I still have no idea where that started.
60.
It's probably just been said by some wacky dart player in the 1970s and everybody's taken it on after that. But you would say that Andy had Adam on toast, but just couldn't finish it off. Now he's got to cultivate another opportunity to finish it. And that's the way to do it.
180.
Asks a big question of the big dog. Has he got bark or bite?
99.
Not a lot of bite. That was not good thinking. A 180. Leaves him on 162. He is still 9 darts away from possible finish. He needs 3 more visits to the board by utilising that 19. If he'd used the 17s,
58.
the 3, 4, 4 would have put him potentially 6 darts. 6 perfect darts, but you'd rather have a chance than no chance.
It's a common mistake, actually, and I think that's the next level for tactics to become the norm. To stop leaving yourself 3-4-2 or 3-4-5, because you must be within a finish, even in the early 300s. Michael van Gerwen and some of the Dutch guys coming through have taught us that being in position after 6 darts is key. You must be on 350, 341, or better than that.
Well, that allows you then to go out in those 15 darts and then 15 dart bracket,
and he
which would put you next level. Because we've already said that people need the 6 visits as standard in this group. This will be to go in 5 visits.
51.
2 darts missed at the match. Adam Smith-Neal will return. 97.
Andy with a face there as if to say somebody's had their hand in my shopping cart. That man could be Adam Smith-Neal, who misses a double for the first time in the match, right at the death.
And he required 32.
As Andy just used up a little bit of his get-out-of-jail-free card. Oh, he has. That's a massive win. And after starting with 2 wins today, Smith-Neal then suffers 2 defeats, but not without a little bit of drama. A tremendous game of darts, ultimately won by Hamilton, who joins the melee on 4 points in the table.
Well, what a game that was. Probably the game of the day so far here at the MODUS Super Series. And it was victory for Andy Hamilton there against Adam Smith-Neal by 4 legs to 3. Adam Smith-Neal missed only 2 darts at double in the match. They were for the match. Let's have a look then at the statistics from that game in full. And as you can see, a 97 average there for Andy Hamilton, 95.65 for Adam Smith-Neal, 3 180s apiece. As I say, it really was a quality contest. But maybe those 140 plus visits was the statistic that may have changed the game in Hamilton's favour. 7 compared to Smith-Neal's 4. 4 and 11 on the doubles for Hamilton. And as I say, Smith-Neal only missing 2 darts at double in the match. They were for the match. So for Andy Hamilton, timing was everything. And what that means then to the league table is Steve Brown is still out on top on his own. 6 points he's got in the group so far, and then there is a real chasing pack developing, all on 4 points, with the exception of Moreno Blom, who's on 2, but he can join them on 4 points if he can get victory against Conor Heneghan in our next match on the main stage. And chats, before I hand back over to you, I just want to join in on the Halloween costume conversation you were having in the last match. For me, it's my favourite time of the year because I don't have to dress up at all, because apparently I'm ugly enough as it is.
Very, very harsh. Got to start looking at the glasses half full, my man. Well, that is probably how Conor Heneghan thinks about his chances in this game, because after a buoyant start from Moreno, he hasn't been able to find much since then. But, like Henry just said, an opportunity to get to 4 points in this final match of his day, and he wouldn't be far away if he was to find that win, Matt.
You said it at the very, very start that the stats and what's happened in the past is just a guide. It's about what happens now.
First. Game on.
The games he's won or lost, and the stats that he's thrown are completely irrelevant to what happens with the 3 darts that are sitting in his hand. Conor Heneghan opens with a 180, and not for the first time he kicks off a match with a 180.
Should call him Conor Heneghan. Fantastic player. And you just sense that even if he wasn't to win Group A,
93.
it's very likely he's going to be here on Saturday.
You'd expect him to at least be in the top 3, which means he's going to get the advantage of going into Group B. Group B is 5 players with 3 players qualifying, and you'd think he'd be in the top half of that rather than the bottom half.
You bring up a really good point, Matt, because I've not been in the commentary box with anybody at the MODUS Super Series
83.
who's played in this format. I played in the from home darts during the pandemic. Just take a little bit of a breather to see if Conor can get the big fish.
145.
Very close. But in the next leg, I'd love to get your point of view about
51.
Is it a massive advantage as a player to play in Group B over Group C?
No score.
Ooh. I don't think anybody expected a double 14 there on a single 9 effort.
96. Connie required 25.
Nevertheless, he will get another go. Much better. Much better for Conor Heneghan, who wraps that one up. Probably could have wrapped it up a lot sooner. Gave Moreno a little bit of hope. A little bit of hope he needs at the moment. Hasn't had a dart or a double for the last 9 legs.
41.
From our point of view, it's easy for us to say that it looks more likely to get through a Group B, with there being 3 spots up for grabs, even though it's only 5 players.
45.
But as a player who has been in that situation, is it something that, 55. When you know you're not going to win a Group A, do you want to be in Group B as opposed to Group C?
Absolutely, yes. Definitely. Not only just for the percentages, but for the time of day as well.
140.
As dart players, we're more used to playing later at night than early in the morning. And you can just map your day a little bit better. You tend to find with these morning sessions, it's wake up, have breakfast, I've got to get on it now. I need to start practicing, I need to get ready. Where you just get up at your leisure, knowing that you're playing late at night, you don't have to wake up to an alarm, you can wake up when you want, you can just prepare yourself all day. Where you feel a little bit rushed sometimes in the morning.
I've heard that from golfers as well, who sometimes get the early tee time at the Open Championship, and
42.
A friend of mine, Paul Laurie, was given the great honour at St Andrews this year, who
130.
he teed off just after 6 a.m. And imagine having to do your practice and everything before that. So that confirms what I was thinking, that definitely getting the Group B spot as opposed to C is an advantage. Can Moreno get his first leg in a while? That's more like it.
Moreno Blom.
And I think the facial expression does tell you a bit of a story, as if to say, where's that been?
Question last week around this sort of time. People's management of the day, if they haven't done it before. Are we in a point here where Moreno's got up early so he can start getting ready? He's had his breakfast, but hasn't quite mapped out the lunch time. And when you get to that point where you feel hungry, it's too late. Has he learned something from today that maybe we'll see him sustain that performance a bit tomorrow? Maybe the energy level's dropping a little bit throughout the middle part of the day. Maybe just needs to snack a little bit, some high-calorie food, but that isn't in bulk.
That is definitely the way to go. For me, it was always oats in the morning. And then if I needed something else, it would be
100.
Short, sharp snacks with quick release energy. So things like 59. Protein bars, but I would only have a bite of it. And then get another bite when you need it. Just drop it in there. Just don't have anything sizable. Otherwise, your body's going to slow down and you're going to lose focus.
140.
It's just that key, isn't it? Just don't get to the point of feeling hungry. You're not eating to satisfaction.
45.
You're avoiding the hunger.
That's what golfers do. It's what footballers do as well. They have protein bars and all sorts of stuff, but looks like Conor Heneghan is flexing his muscles to the best degree right now. In his final match of the day, he reaches the halfway point first, and Blom has got more equations to solve.
55.
Nutrition management's so interesting across different ways. I remember doing a wrestling show once with AJ Styles. He went on to do so much more than I ever.
Oh, he's the best I've ever seen.
So much more than I could ever dream of. And after his match, he'd sit down, he ate a can of tuna. And it was because he said by being in the match, he'd have burnt calories off, which went against his training. So as soon as the match was done, he had to sit and eat.
57.
And it just so happened it was a can of high-protein, fat-free tuna.
94.
You won't see many dart players doing that.
We're seeing a little bit of that coming into the game, though, aren't we? Josh Payne, Goin Price, a few others. I saw on social media the other day Jared Cole in the gym as well. So the younger players are taking note.
They are.
56.
It's a slow-burning process, but they're starting to get it. If you want to be successful here at the Super Series, you need to have an engine. And you need to have accuracy too. Henahan looking very good for the win at this point. 3-1 beckons if he can find 43. This is a decent performance from the Irishman. Double 16.
11. Moreno, you require 158.
It's an outside chance, but at least it's a chance. A chance that has now slipped by.
68.
Slipped by momentarily because he will return. Double 16.
Game
and this time converts a double 16. Moreno was closing in on him there. He has looked dangerous on the finishers. He was 100% in a game earlier on. He's had one dart at a double in his last, well, for a 9-leg stretch, and he hit it. So clearly comfortable on the outer ring. You don't want to give him opportunities.
Just needs to get there.
42.
And one of the things that we talk about readily is that quick players usually have a really good rhythm for scoring.
180.
Now, Conor Heneghan is not exactly slow, but the scoring element for players of this pace, it seems to be easier because they're not shuffling around the board. They can focus on one target.
Saying about getting there, he is being outscored in every aspect of this game. He's only registered 4 scores of 100 or more. Conor Heneghan has that in 140s alone. That is why there's such a big difference on the scoreboard.
98.
And that could convert to points in 2 or 3 darts time.
Conor requires 76.
To finish the day with 6 points. He won't be far behind the top spot. Ooh, double 12.
64. Moreno, you require 154.
The day could still be over, and this is a double that every right-hander likes. Right down the pipe. Right-hand side. Just get the line right and do that. Henahan, too good. Blom gets a win on his debut in his first match, but after that, it's 4 defeats. Henahan wins 3 from 5 for the day. 92 the average. The checkouts were decent. We'll see more of him tomorrow.
Victory for Conor Heneghan as he beats Moreno Blom by 4-1 as he finishes his first day of action in Group A on 6 points. Let's have a look then at the match statistics then following both of their final games of the day. For Conor Heneghan, a really good 92 average, 3 180s all in all. We're seeing a lot of maximums today on the opening day of Group A here at the Super Series. A high checkout of 42 and 4 for 9 on the doubles. For Moreno Blom, 1 for 1 on the doubles, 56. His high checkout, obviously his only checkout of the game. He won his opening game before losing the subsequent 4. He is going to return to action for tomorrow and Wednesday's action to conclude Group A. So what that means then in terms of the table is Henahan is going to join Steve Brown on 6 points, 3 wins and 2 defeats for him on the opening day of this congested Group A schedule. So then, 2 more games to go before we complete Monday's action. Starting it off is Kevin Painter up against Adam Smith-Neal. Owen Binks is the man on stage. And in the commentary box is Matthew Edgar. But first, Paul Nicholson.
Thanks again, Henry. And this time, the agenda for Adam Smith-Neal is very, very obvious. Looking for 6 points to finish his day. Painter is the same, but the agenda for Adam Smith-Neal, Matthew Edgar, is very, very clear, isn't it?
Adam Smith-Neal, in the 28 years he has walked planet Earth, has never beaten Kevin Painter in a competitive game of darts. And this dates back to 2011 in a UK Open qualifier. Adam Smith-Neal didn't even register a leg then. And that comes all the way up to the 2021 Q School. Kevin Painter, a 6-4 winner there. 4 legs, the best that Adam Smith-Neal has ever managed to get from Kevin Painter.
Okay, first leg, it's Adam to throw
However,
first.
ironically, if he can get to 4 legs, he will have finally beaten Kevin Painter.
I suppose that's the biggest thing of this game.
100.
All of the meetings they've had have been best of 11 up to now. But if we shorten the format a little, maybe that would play into Adam's hands. But if you're a believer in momentum,
140.
you'd say that the momentum is not with ASN right now because he's lost his last 2 matches, whereas Painter has been going the other way.
26.
Lost his last 2 matches. That was to a 92 average from Conor Heneghan and a 97 from Andy Hamilton. So I think that just shows what Kevin's going to need to be doing to get the victory here. I think if he is going to win, he's going to need to be over the 90 mark. Probably around about the 92 because Adam Smith-Neal does have the advantage of throw.
100.
Does Kevin have enough in the tank to finish the day on a high?
43.
We still have the possibility of Steve Brown walking away from Monday with 8 points. But he'd need to beat Andy Hamilton for that.
180.
First sign of intention comes from the big dog.
He has been a big 180 hitter today. He hit 3 in his last game with Andy Hamilton.
195.
2 in the game before against Conor Heneghan, and he's already on the mark in leg 1 in this one. He's on the scoreboard in leg 1 in this one. With 1 dart at the double there. 95 to finish. It's all the 1s in leg 1.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
You've got to compartmentalise these matches. As much as you want to beat somebody
60.
for the first time, and trust me, Adam will know that he's never beaten Painter. But you can't win 4 legs immediately. You have to, at this point, just focus on winning leg 2. Then you focus on winning leg 3. It's about climbing the mountain that is right in front of you, not the one behind it.
You said a word earlier when Adam Smith-Neal was playing, and he was playing well against Andy Hamilton, and if he could have sustained that level of performance, could have potentially won that game.
180.
The word was patience. And when you're playing someone like Kevin Painter, who's got that consistent level of performance, patience is key. Also just looking onto the socials, and we have a tweet of interest here.
6
From Joshua Richardson, saying that the 109 average from Brian Roman was actually him who got the winning average, 112.
134.
Interesting. How are you, Josh? Hope you're well. Say hello to the family. Darting families.
43.
We've been talking about darting families a lot lately. We've seen brothers in the Super Series, the Henahan brothers.
44.
Father and son with the Richardsons.
58.
Well, many years back with the Hybrex brothers.
Game shot in the second.
Amazing
leg.
finish there for
Kevin
Kevin Painter,
Painter.
158. Surprisingly, both legs won on double 19.
Who had that? Because I don't think anybody
Adam to throw
would have
first.
predicted 2 legs at the start of this match, or any match for that matter, being taken on double 19. I wonder what the odds are
60.
of double 19 3 legs in a row. Highly unlikely.
Very rare to even leave it, isn't it? So never mind it go both
58.
legs so far. And that just was a quality check out there from Kevin to hold his throw.
You know what, Matt? I'm not going to say anything is out of order or out of likelihood after watching the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Bengals last night.
140.
One of the most baffling sports matches I've ever watched. I won't go into great detail, but the likelihood of 3 double 19 finishes in 3 legs, I'm not going to say it can't happen.
$96.
Been real quality afternoon this, sort of when we hit 12 o'clock. The standard has rose. 4 players really towing the line.
121.
If someone was to say to you right now, Matt, who do you think's going to win Group A? Who's the most likely, in your opinion, at this point?
Trying to think of a way to deflect that.
That in itself answers the question.
140.
Because this
Adam,
group
70.
is about as tight. Wow. Great shot. Double 10.
Game
And did
shot
you
in the
notice how I
third
didn't
leg.
finish that sentence?
Adam
Because I didn't
Smith-Neal.
want to. I could have said somebody's wallet, but I'm not going to because I'll get myself in trouble. 2-1 Adam Smith-Neal.
4th leg, it's Kevin to
This
throw
is where,
first.
if my missus is watching, she's going to tweet you now and let you know that that tight wallet would be mine. She calls me tight a little bit.
78.
I did actually mention a dart player's wallet at that point before, and it got me in trouble. That's why I stopped.
If she's watching, you'll be getting tweeted any second now.
140.
It's okay, I've got my notifications off. Smith-Neal would dance his way to his accommodation for the night if he was to get his first win against Painter.
134.
And after picking up 2 wins from his first 2 matches, he was probably thinking that it's likely I'm going to get 8 or 10 points today. But it has taken some great performances to take him out.
134.
It always makes you feel better. And I'm just assuming this, having not played Super Series darts in the last 18 months. But it's got to feel good when you
100.
finish with a win.
It does. And a lot of it, though, comes down to the character, the personality of the person we're dealing with. Some people will come out
57.
and they could have hit 4 10 dart legs in the last one and they wonder why they didn't do a 9. Always looking for that little bit extra. It's an easy trap to fall into. If you can pick the positives out of things,
100.
I think every player will be able to
And
go
we
out of here
require
with something to cling on
170.
to.
We've had our fair share of
96.
matches going to leg 7 today.
Require 89.
I would not be shocked to see this one go all the way as well. Kevin doesn't want to do that because when he goes to 4-3, he loses. Double 16.
73.
That was so close. It
Adam,
could be
requires
semi-fatal
74.
for this match. Big time double top.
30.
And a wired shot from the big dog. That was as close to tops as Painter's dart was at double 8.
It was right on the wire the last time you visited. 2 8s.
Game shot.
That's inside the wire for Kevin Painter, and all these legs so far have been with the throw. And Smith-Neal, we're hoping that trend continues.
It's Adam to throw first.
I just want to pick up on a point you mentioned there about Kevin Painter losing today in those 4 3s. This is actually something Kevin was very aware of the year he lost his tour card. A lot of 6-5 defeats.
Just to reinforce that point.
95.
In 2020, in fact, it might have been 2019, Luke Humphries, who's towards the top of the game now, he said to me
58.
He was losing a lot of games 6-5. And I said, all you got to do is just turn those around. The next season, he did. And he made 4 finals on tour. And then, obviously, this year he's won
84.
5 titles and had runs everywhere he's gone. So you just wonder what would have happened to Kevin Painter had he not lost all of those 6-5s.
93.
Would he be on tour right now? Would he be here at all? Oh, we're very thankful for your company, Kev.
I think when we look at the 2 comparisons there as well, I think age comes into it, because I'm going to use that word patience again. Luke Humphries has the advantage of time, and he had the patience that he knew those results would turn around. And I remember that period of time, Luke Humphries, because he was always putting in mid-90 averages, 100 averages, and losing, which at the moment, I'm just seeing a little bit with a guy at the moment, Josh Rock. When he loses, he's losing with big stats and big stuff. And you sort of feel he's becoming the new Luke Humphries.
41.
That's not a bad comparison.
And you require 150.
150. We're not going to see 3 bullseyes, which is a checkout we've seen this year to win a match.
89.
Simon Whitlock did it against Daniel Larsson of Sweden. Painter languished on 196. Must put the heat on the big dog here. 180 is the ideal score in this spot.
30.
Oh, he's going to hate that with every single cell in his body.
Adam, you require 61.
61. For a third hold of throw. Who's the treble 7 for tops?
41.
And that's where that 30 of Kevin Painter becomes a problem, because it's left him on a no finish. So whatever he does here, Adam Smith-Neal will return with 3 darts in hand for that double 10.
96. Adam, you require 20.
He's going to miss this. It has to be just outside.
Game shot on the 5th
But
leg.
isn't that a pretty looking dart?
Smith-Neal.
3-2 Smith-Neal, trying to arrest that slide of 2 consecutive losses.
Safe leg, it's Kevin to throw
6
first.
points from
Game
Monday.
on.
Not bad. He's not far from it. Painter's just a little bit further away.
62.
Kevin cannot afford to lose another leg. In this match, it's a race to 4. So Adam Smith-Neal now 1 away.
You know what amazes me about Kevin, and we can say this because we know him well,
140.
but he was noted everywhere he went in the world. Everybody knew his catchphrase, his line. How's your look, Kev? Why didn't you get a T-shirt made, Kev?
55.
Just take the mick out of yourself and sell out a little bit. I would have bought that T-shirt. I would have bought the mug.
You could hear that when he wired that double 8. And
that's why I brought it up.
Certainly the bounce out in that last one, it would just be... It sort of comes after 2 or 3, because Kevin seems to be one of these people that when 1 or 2 things go wrong, it all comes together. All comes thick and fast.
Pretty much like a hurricane of bad luck. But that is a typhoon of tripling. Brilliant. Just in time. And how much he wants another to back it up.
Quality darts there from Kev.
96.
He was just starting to fear the worst for him there.
But did you notice that he had a little timeout before that previous visit? That's mental strength right there. That's having the courage
140.
to say to Adam Smith-Neal, I'm going to take my time here. I'm not going to allow you to play in your rhythm. I'm going to have my few seconds.
59.
That's experience as well as
Kevin
courage.
requires 64.
For a 6th consecutive holder throw in this game. Trademark step back for Kevin Painter.
48. Adam, you require
This is the Whitlock, isn't it? The 146 to win a match. When he did, he got 2 treble 19s and double 16, but it's the Northern route, and it's double 13.
120.
What a special try that was. Painter, heart in mouth for at least 3 seconds there.
He'd have been thinking, here we go again. It's double 8. One more dart.
No score.
He's offered the opportunity for Adam Smith-Neal to wrap this one up.
Adam, you require 26.
I smell trouble. Big trouble.
Shot on
And the big
match.
dog finishes the day
Adam Smith-Neal.
on 6 points. And that is his first ever victory against Kevin Painter in his 7th attempt. 89 the average, 40% on the checkouts. It was good enough.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Adam Smith-Neal has joined Steve Brown and Conor Heneghan on 6 points at the top of Group A with a victory over Kevin Painter. Let's have a look then at how that game panned out. An 89.38 average of Smith-Neal in a 4-2 victory against the artist. 4 out of 10 on the checkouts, equating to 40%. It's high out 95, but the highlight of the game, the 158 from Kevin Painter, one of the finishes of the day. So Smith-Neal, as I say, joins Steve Brown and Conor Heneghan on 6 points. Andy Hamilton can also join them on 6 points if he beats Steve Brown, who can go outright top of the table if he can get victory in our last game of the afternoon session. As you can see, the table there Henahan, Brown, Smith-Neal all on 6 points. Painter and Hamilton are all on 4. Moreno Blom, who won his first game of the day, lost the subsequent 4. He's down on 2 points. Work to do tomorrow and Wednesday. So just one more game to go then on our Monday afternoon session here at the MODUS Super Series. And of course it is Monday. It's the start of our week, but we're saying some farewells at the end of this game. We're saying goodbye for now to our excellent referee, Owen Binks, and we're also saying goodbye to Matthew Edgar, who I had the pleasure of sharing the commentary box with last week. And the man who's got the pleasure of doing that for one final time here in this stint at the Super Series is Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Henry. Great to have Matt with us today. It's been a real pleasure having you next to me today. I hope it's not the last time, Matt.
No, I will be back down again in a couple of weeks' time, but just need to go spend a day and a half at home before I'm off on travels again.
You mean you don't live here yet?
I think it will be looking that way soon when I look at my diary and I see the dates that we filled in. But there's certainly worse ways to spend your time than, you know, to sit in a nice air-conditioned room calling some world-class darts.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that whatsoever. And this is the last match of Monday's session. I hope you've enjoyed it. Take this one in, and then we will be back tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. local time, live on Sporty Stuff TV as usual. And Chris Murphy will be your host tomorrow. Henry will be joining me in the commentary box tomorrow. But before we get there, who is going to top the table? Because Steve Brown is in a brilliant position to do that. And he could be leading by 6 legs potentially with 8 points in the bag.
32.
Hamilton can get to 6 points if he beats Brown here. But it's all about whether Steve Brown can get to the top of the table, and that would be a huge day for him, considering he has never really felt comfortable in the previous venue. Maybe this change of venue for Steve is going to be seeing him playing some better stuff.
You know yourself, certain places give you certain vibes and certain memories. If you've got a lot of bad habits or losing habits attached to a certain place, as soon as you go there, it brings that emotion back in you. These anchors, these hooks. Same way when you go to the seaside and you smell that sea air, you start thinking of things like fish and chips and ice creams. Just because they're the hooks and the anchors that we link to that smell or that emotion.
140.
And you can get that the same with the venue. So Steve might be very appreciative to see the back of the old venue. And
that's a nice way of putting it.
The results are certainly showing that as well. But I was getting a bit worried actually there when you was speaking at your first and he says, who's going to win this group? And I thought, oh, he's going to ask me again. But luckily you answered your own question and I didn't have to get splinters.
Just trying to figure out what he needs to do here. Now, he's got 40 points, has he? So the 19s are calling.
59.
Just thought it out. And you got the bare minimum. We haven't had a 170 checkout here. The biggest we've had is a 158 from Kevin Painter in the previous match. We didn't get those 3 consecutive legs with a double 19.
140. Steve, you require 170.
Over to you, Steve. Can you do it? There is your answer.
Andy Hamilton has really grown into the day.
And
better as it's
46.
Gone. Continue that form with a breaker throw here. In under 5 visits. That's double 16.
14.
Came inside, but still didn't manage to get that in the double. The point just coming to the outside. 25 for Steve Brown. These tops. That is sat nice.
85.
He could not have walked to the board and given himself a better guide for tops. To be short on dart 3, unfortunately, Steve would agree that he was the only one to blame, and he gives Hamilton just one more chance. All he needs, 1-0 hammer.
Break a throw. Interestingly there for Andy Hamilton.
Game on.
And it's someone we've not really talked about at the moment as being the potential group winner too much, but actually looking at the stats, the data, and what he has done today, 97 average, 3 180s in a 4-3 win over Adam Smith-Neal. 97.28 in a 4-3 win over Conor Heneghan, which was the bookie's favourite and second favourite, both going down
100.
to Andy Hamilton. Just makes you start to wonder. Defeats he's had 89.50 and an 89.24, so he's even playing well in defeat. He's playing well in this one as well.
100.
Break a throw there in the opening leg against Steve Brown. I know we've said, could this player do it, could that player do it, but I think we're looking at potentially 4 players from here that could be winning this group.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to assume. You do look at some of the previous behaviours of these players and
70.
how successful they've been. But that was in another place. There's no guarantee of success just because
120.
when we've gathered these players together before that one of them is going to play better than the rest. We could talk about Henahan this summer, making 2 consecutive weekly finals, losing out to Josh Payne and Jim McEwen, but that was on a different hockey, in a different room,
44.
ultimately at a different time. Who's to say that Andy couldn't win this group and win the week? His best effort was in week 4 of phase 2 earlier this year. He came 3rd behind Nick Kenny and Josh Payne. Maybe the change of venue here will galvanise him as well as Steve Brown.
When you say about that room, one of the things to make note of about the old room was the low ceiling.
60.
That
Stevie
just
required
changes the
44.
perception of space, something you said at the very start. Going for a double-double of his own. Just above that one for double 18.
James on the second leg.
Steve Brown went for double-double in the opening leg for the 2 tops, and he wraps up the double-double in the next one. I don't think this was an intentional as the 2 tops, but it's a breaker throw.
I think there's a few smiles in that stage right now, especially from Steve Brown. And there was a little flicker from
100.
Andy Hamilton when the double-double was done, and also an apologetic hands-on head there from Hammer, who accidentally dropped a bottle of water. That was not on purpose.
Who was it? I think it was the Premier League who dropped his glass at the back of the stage.
Michael van Gerwen in Sydney on the World Series was playing Raymond van Barneveld, and he dropped the glass on a glass table, and the water went everywhere, and it really flummoxed Michael, and he lost the match.
96.
Raymond kept his composure, stayed pretty cool throughout, won the match, but it seemed to have an effect on Michael in that match, and I was on commentary for that one. It's a bit of a weird set of circumstances.
46. $93.
I don't think Steve's played too badly today. I think he's ground things out really well. I've always gauged Steve's ability by how solid the dart looks in his hand. Sometimes the dart wavers up and down a bit when you look at the flight. But if it's stable in his hand,
140.
most of the time that really good positioning of the right forearm gets him through. You see that flick of the flight when it goes slightly up at the end
85.
of the drawback. If he can minimise that, he's usually throwing well.
I think the timing of Steve Brown's been really good today. I mentioned you don't have to win every moment. You've got to
96.
map out those key moments, and that's what Steve Brown's done really well. This would be one of them moments. Double 8.
111. And he required
Almost one of those and game
119.
moments. Doesn't seem right when it's not on the bull. This could be the bull, potentially. How about a double 13?
Game
Oh,
shot
that's gorgeous. A really tricky out from Andy.
Hamilton.
But that is a measure of just how darts intelligence can get you across the line. Tremendous from the hammer.
Paul Flickett's Andy to throw first.
And a shot that
Game
no
on.
dart player ever enjoys, the 119, because you always feel you're quite far away from it. Even when you hit that first dart of that treble, feel like you've got to burn a dart, really, to leave the ball, or, like Andy's just done there,
57.
find a second treble. To leave you an awkward double 13. Remember we used to practice with Ryan Searle quite a lot on the tour. We used to do
91.
finishing games, and he used to always find himself on that 119, and it became a bit of a running joke. Quality player like him, and he's hating the 119, as I think most dart players do.
100.
There's a few numbers that dart players hate. One is 128. You'd much rather have 130. Ironically, they don't like 131 either.
100.
Dart players like shots where they can have 2 cracks at the treble. You'd rather have 132 or 130, but 131 is just awkward.
And the 128 always makes the first dart irrelevant. With a single or a treble, the second dart has to be a treble.
58.
Even if you throw a perfect first dart, where with the 130, you throw the first one in the treble and you throw him for a bigger or a smaller target.
125.
The only other option is going double 17, double top, something like that. And nobody's going to do that because you're mapping out the board with too big a compass.
Andy Hamilton will be looking for the first holder throw in this game. And that is going to put him in a good position to do so. The first 180 of the match goes to Andy Hamilton. But Steve Brown, he said his timing's been good. He was asked a question, and he's left tops after 12.
Massive dart, this. Wrong treble.
40.
And maybe that miss came because of the
40.
pressure applied by Bomber. Good line.
Game's
Good
on the
length.
4 flag. Steve Brown.
2-2. And at the very most, you're going to get 3 more legs today. Brown would like to get 2 of them.
5th leg, it's Steve to throw first.
But to do that, you feel he's going to have to hold his throw at some point. Just having a flick over to the averages at the moment.
57.
Steve Brown, 96 at the minute. Andy Hamilton on 86. This is by far the best we've seen from Steve Brown so far today.
You mentioned that he's sharing accommodation with Kevin Painter over the next few days. I just wonder what their mood's going to be like.
137.
Kevin losing his final match of the day against Adam Smith-Neal by 4 legs to 2. Will it be the same for Steve? Or will he go back jubilant?
58.
Tomorrow is moving day. You've got to be in the frame at the end of Tuesday. You must be, in my opinion, within 4 points of the top. Otherwise, you're in real trouble.
Yeah, going into that last day, you're in 4 points. You will be playing the person who is 4 points ahead of you at some point. So you do have that
Steve, you record 167.
advantage of closing into 2 just by winning the right player. Said Steve needs to find a holder throw somewhere. This is a better leg from Steve. 137 and a 140 in this leg. Not a good setup at the back end.
139 is another one of those numbers that dart players hate. Might look 19s first. Treble leaves 82. So 42 tops after that. Sounds easy, doesn't it?
59. Steve, you
He can do what he wants. Right now he's thinking, just get a 99. Leave tops, get it after that. And that's exactly what he's done. World-class stuff.
So I wonder what the accommodation's like. Maybe he'll grab a 99 on the way back.
Summer's over, Matt, as nobody told you. I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
60.
When summer's over, it's dart season. All the way through to the new year. Double 10. That was not a good dart, and he knows it.
Done this a few times today where
Game
He rubs
shot
the hand on the
fifth leg.
trousers, recomposes
Brown.
himself, and then finds the double. That is the first holder throw in this match. But most importantly, he's put himself one leg away
Leg it, Andy to throw first.
from
Game on.
a good day of darts. Till today, his best run has only been a back-to-back victory. Never got the trio. Now chasing down the quad.
140.
Needless to say, if Steve does win this one, he's going to be in an excellent mood
60.
coming into Tuesday. And his first match will be against Andy Hamilton in match 1 as we flip the fixture sheet around. And then everything will be jumbled up when they play on Wednesday.
69.
Consequently, match 13 is when they would play each other on Wednesday. So it would be another late meeting for them
100.
on day 3. If you were to say to both players right now that they would be in the frame going into that match, I think they'd take it.
180.
Andy Hamilton takes his second 180 of this game. Something Steve Brown hasn't done a lot of today with the maximums.
112.
He's been taking his opportunities. And he'll be hoping to take this one here. Doesn't want to start causing himself any drama.
Surely the 16s now. 60s blocked.
88.
That's really good. Leg 7 beckons. Not for the first time today.
140.
We've had a few games that have been dominant,
And he required 20.
but on the whole, the games have been closely fought.
It's reflected in the league table. It's reflected in the stats.
Game shot in
And
the
it's
sixth
reflected in
leg.
the scoreboard in this
Andy
one.
Hamilton.
Andy Hamilton, first holder throw for him. He levels it up. 3-3. Steve Brown to throw
Seventh
first,
and final
but
leg, it's Steve to throw first.
how big of an advantage is that? We've seen his throw get broke twice already in this one. Andy Hamilton, 50% on the doubles.
83.
Andy has not beaten Steve Brown in 10 years. They've only played once since, so it's a bit of a strange statistic for me to bring up. But it is 6-2 to Hamilton in their head-to-head record. Oh, and a 180 from the gods. Exactly how you want to start a one-leg shootout.
Steve missed that
100.
first one. I was just starting to think. Trevor's visit here, he's lost the throw already. Technically, has lost the throw. If we take this as a game from 3-2-1 down.
A win in this leg for Hamilton, it will be a king of the hockey
99.
performance. He's got the most 180s. He's got the highest checkout. Just the win missing from that one.
92.
Excellent cover shot from Steve Brown. Keeps himself in the leg. But lots to do. Hammer finding that first dart in the treble again. You're looking to follow one in.
140. $97. And he require 82.
82 for the match. Looking at the bullseye here. 25 leaves him 57. 17 for tops.
Game
And it
shot
is
of
the match.
Andy
Andy Hamilton wraps it up with a third breaker throw in that game. An amazing final leg there from Andy Hamilton. 12 darts to wrap things up with that 82 finish. We said his finishing stats was good, and Steve Brown could not afford to give him any opportunities, but he carved his own. 180 in that last leg, 140, 3 180s in the match in total, a 92.09 the average for Andy Hamilton, 119 the high checkout. Quality performance to end the day. 4-3 victory for Andy Hamilton.
Matt, thank you very much indeed. And that concludes the Monday action here at the Super Series. And Paul, we said that this group was going to be tight, and my word has it shown after the first day.
Yeah, you can say that again, can't you? Well, I mean, who's going to win this group? It's as simple as that. Steve Brown, great chance to go to 8 points. Didn't work out, but unfortunately for Steve, it doesn't finish the way he wanted. But going forward for the next couple of days, he's got to take something from today.
Do you ever feel that Andy Hamilton's gone under the radar a little bit today?
Massively. There's been a lot of talk about Painter. There's been a lot of talk about Conor Heneghan. We've got to start talking about Andy now. The way he has just plotted his way through Monday. He's got Steve Brown in game 1 tomorrow. If he gets another win, got to start talking about him now.
Absolutely. Let's have a quick check then of the league table before we leave you on Monday afternoon. And as you can see, 4 players all locked on 6 points. Conor Heneghan leading the way on legs difference from Steve Brown, Adam Smith-Neal and Andy Hamilton. Kevin Painter winning 2 games of his day, and then Moreno Blom on debut, winning his first one, then losing the last one. How tough is it on debut here? Because it's 5 games in a day, and one thing that you've got to deal, which perhaps you don't always have to in competition, is defeat.
Very much so. I think dart players, on the whole, are used to defeat. When you go to a tournament and you lose 1 game, you're out the door. And you think, I'll just focus on the next tournament. But this is different. If you're constantly being defeated, it's a case of, right, I've lost again, I've lost again. It's a bit of a ripple effect. But one of the things that has gone Moreno Blom's way today is the fact that the whole group is bunched up. He's only 4 points behind. It could have been so much worse.
Looking forward to tomorrow?
Just a little bit. It's going to be you and I, isn't it?
In the comms booth. Chris Murphy's going to be stood in this spot tomorrow. Me and Nico are going to occupy the commentary box for the rest of the week. And that is it for the Monday action here at the MODUS Super Series. I think you're going to join us tomorrow. I think it's going to be tight. It's going to be good fun. Enjoy the rest of your day. Take care. Bye-bye for now.